The Honorable Speaker.
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 86, brought by Dr. Mizanur Kazi, the Minister in charge. To reply, please, Deputy Chief.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 86 is, sir, at present Rajpur Bhai Veterinary Dispensary is functional with two deputed staff, that is one veterinary assistant and one chowkidar. B, sir, it is not fully functional as there are no regular staff. It is partially functional with two deputed staff without any doctor. C, sir, limited facilities are available for minor cases. D, yes, sir. E, sir, there are two staff. One, Shri Muqtadur Islam, veterinary assistant deputed from Vigilance Unit, District Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Office Tura. And two, Shri Sirajul Islam Chukida, deputed from Rongadat Grey Poultry Farm under Subdivisional Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Office, Dadengri, West Karo Hills. F, sir, there are no sanctioned posts for the dispensary.
Supplementary question, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, when was this dispensary inaugurated?
Sir, the sub-center was functional in the year 2016-17, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as we could see that the sub-center is functional since 2016 and it's almost 9 years, and in course of his reply, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister sir has given that it is not fully functional. It is, so may I know the reason why it is not fully functional?
Sir, right now, I have replied that it is not fully functional because we are yet to get the proposed sanction post, as already replied in the original reply that I made. So therefore, we have just redeployed from different offices. Therefore, I replied that the dispensary is not fully functional, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, whether there has been a proposal for the sanction of regular post in that sub-center?
Sir, the department is working out, and very soon this proposal will be sent to the government for necessary sanction.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, can I get an assurance from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, that, considering the fact that this dispensary caters to a very large area with livestock farming, and it is very important for that area. So can I get an assurance from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, that it will be fully functional soon and the staff will be sanctioned and provided at the earliest?
Sir, the process is on. As I've already replied, so, the department is working out, and wherever not only this particular sub-center, we have quite a number of sub-centers where there is no permanent sanction post. So therefore, department concern is moving these issues very fast, and once the sanction is accorded, I'm very sure we'll be able to make it fully functional. Yes, sir, I do agree with the concern of the honourable member for this.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Arden, please.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister the types of medicines and vaccination that are supposed to be available in the veterinary dispensary, sir?
Sir, in the existing sub-center that we have, the facilities is number one, deworming, vaccination, minor treatment castration, extension work to promote awareness against livestock diseases amongst the livestock farmers. These are the availability of the functions of these sub-centers.
Sir, may I know whether medicines for fever, diarrhea is available or not in the veterinary? These are the common diseases, sir, that...
Yes, sir, we do have.
Pardon, sir?
Yes, we do have, sir. We have, sir.
Yes, Charles Pungro.
Sir, may I know from the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister whether the State Welfare Animal Board has been constituted or not, and when was it constituted, if it is?
Sir, since the question is about the sub-center, I don't have readily available the reply with me. I don't have record right now, the information. So for this particular supplementary, I would like to say that I require notice, sir.
Sir, by the Act of Parliament, it is mandated by every state should have a State Welfare Animal Board. And therefore, I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, what are the steps that the government has taken through the Welfare Animal Board to improve the veterinarian facilities for the animals in the states. So this is directly connected. It's about veterinary department, sir.
Yes, sir. In fact, the State Welfare Board is always in place. But the question of the honourable member from Nong Thmai is whether it has been reconstituted or not. But as of now, the board is in place, sir. It is very much in place, the State Welfare Board for animals.
Yes, sir. If it is in place, so what are the activities that have been taken up by the State Welfare Animal Board in reference to the setting up of the sub-centers or hospitals in different regions and districts of the state, sir?
Sir, in fact, setting up of sub-centers or dispensary or hospitals in the state is not being proposed by the particular board, but it's done departmentally, depending upon the importance of that area. Then only the sub-centers is created, or even the dispensary is created or established. And sir, in fact, the function of the State Welfare Board is, their concern is about the welfare of the animals. That is the main issue, where they, time to time, when they have the meeting, then the recommendation also from the board is made to the government for certain necessary action. These are the functions of the board, sir.
Sir, then may I know from the last meeting which was held by the State Welfare Animal Board, what were the recommendations of the board to the department or the government, sir, regarding the welfare of the animals?
Sir, again, for this particular supplementary, I don't have the information with me right now, so I require notice for that, sir.
So we move on to the next question. Question number 87, brought by Livingstone Karpran and Bryce Travel Marbaniam. Sri Rakhame Sangma, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Speaker, sir, the reply to question number 87, sir. Yes, sir. So for Columbia Residential Model School, the proposal for Center of Excellence for Sports has not been approved by the Government of India. Sir, B, sir, 38 numbers.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also thank the Minister in charge of Education for the reply. So may I know from the Honorable Minister whether the government is pursuing for the early approval of the project, sir?
Yes, sir. So why the Government of India is delayed? Because the ongoing project is yet to be completed fully, sir. Maybe because of this.
So what these proposed projects, the repairs have been prepared or not, sir?
Speaker, sir, I mean for the entire project or just for the COE?
No, these projects which are waiting for the approval.
So in fact, there are 38 number of EMRS, of which many has been approved, sir. But there are some under at different positions, sir. Some are under construction, some are the tendering process, sir, and many of the DPR has been approved, sir.
So when do you expect that approval will be given by the Government of India and the Ministry of Travel Affairs?
Speaker, sir. So it is, may I get the clarity of the question, sir?
No. When do you expect that the Government of India will approve the project, sir?
Speaker, sir, it is about the COE or entire project, sir?
Oh, this Center for Excellence for Sport, this one which you have mentioned. Sir.
Speaker, sir, so this is up to the Government of India, sir, whether they will approve or not. It's not my position to say, sir, but the proposal has been sent for the four initially, but we are awaiting the approval of the Government of India, sir.
Will you please place and table on the floor of the House of this 38 numbers project, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Bryce Travel, please.
So, may I know from the Minister in charge of Education, the different components of the Eklavya Model Residential Schools that is there? Different components.
Speaker, sir, it is a different component about the project, sir?
Yes, yes.
So this has a different components, sir, about the academic buildings, the hostel, the playground, the boundary wall, all this. So I don't have the detail with me right now, but this include all the require component for the institution to run, sir. The hostel, the academic, the step quarter, it all respects, sir.
What I mean to say is, if we go by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are three components. One is the Eklavya Model Residential School, and the second component is the Center of Excellence for Sports, and the third one is the Eklavya Model Day Boarding Schools. So, may I know from the Honorable Minister, from the 38 numbers that have been proposed, what are the breakups out of these 38 numbers? As far as the Eklavya Model Residential School is concerned, how many? And then the Center of Excellence for Sports, and finally the Eklavya Model Day Boarding Schools.
Speaker, sir, as of now, sir, the Government of India has already, the first sanction is for Eklavya Model Residential School only first, sir. And as already replied, Center of Excellence and other companies, we are awaiting the approval of the Government of India, sir.
No, because may I also know from the Minister what are the different criteria for setting up of the EMRS, the Center of Excellence for Sports, as well as the Eclavia Model Day Boarding Schools?
Because sir, for the EMRS, the first criteria, the land of about 8 acres should be available at the pre, of course. And so for the others, for the other component, I don't have information right now with me, sir. But as said, sir, after the completion of all this project EMRS first, sir, the second stage for COE and other component will be moved on, sir.
No, why I'm asking this is because if we go by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, the criteria for setting up of the EMRS is where the population, in fact, as per the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, by 2022, every block with 50% ST population or 20,000 tribal population, they are entitled to have one EMRS school. That is the criteria. And then as far as the Eclavia Model Day Boarding School, where the ST population is more than 90%, they are entitled to set up the Eclavia Model Day Boarding School. So based on these criteria, therefore I am asking the Minister concerned whether from the government side any proposal have been sent including the Eclavia Day Model Day Boarding School.
Speaker, sir. So in fact, our state, we are majority are ST, we are tribal population. In fact, all the blocks are qualified to have a MRS at every block, sir. So as of now, the government of India, Ministry of Tribal Affairs has sanctioned 38 number of EMRS for our state, for almost all the block except for the newly created and some blocks. Sir. However, sir, after completion of all this project, we will propose for setting up more EMRS in rest of the blocks. Sir.
Yes, Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I put my supplementaries, I would like to raise a point of order under Rule 300 and Rule 3637. Now, here the reply to start question 87B. The principal question is, the total number of Eclavia Model Residential School and Center of Excellence for Sports that are going to be set up in the whole state. There are two components. But the reply is, sir, 38 numbers. So it does not give clarity for the members of the August House to put on supplementaries. So may I first request the Honorable Minister to give a correct reply in respect of B first, so before I put my supplementary.
Speaker, sir, it is clear, sir. As of now, sir, the EMRS school sanctioned for the state is 38 number. So, but for the Center of Excellence, as we have proposed as of now, 4, but it is we are awaiting the approval of the Government of India, sir. We have not received as of now the approval of the Government of India. But sir, this 38, it is clearly the EMRS school only, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. If the reply is only for EMRS, the reply should have been, sir, 38 numbers for in respect of EMRS only. That will give a clarity. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am only raising this point of order in order to ensure that the ministers look at the principal question properly so that any breakup of reply can be appropriately provided for the House. Now, my supplementary is these 38 numbers of EMRS. When was it sanctioned? The date, the year?
Speaker, sir. So, so I don't have exact date with me, sir, but the DPR for approval for all the sum of the has been approved in 2023. So the exact date I don't have with me right now, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is another problem. Why I'm asking the date is we have to know when was this sanctioned, because this fund is provided under the provision, constitutional provision of Article 275(1). Whether you spend it for these or other things, you will have the same fund. But the moment you have these and you don't implement, you deprive the state from further getting the fund under the provision of Article 275(1). Therefore, there is a need for the House, in the interest of the state, as to when was this sanctioned and why was there delay. Whether there was a delay or not, we will know only when we know the date of the sanction.
So, Speaker, sir, at no point of time, so that detailed exact date of sanction is not with me, so I record notice, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know how to respond to this type of reply. Another supplementary, Mr. Speaker, sir. Is out of these 38 numbers of EMRS, or to be more precise, Eclabia Model Residential School, out of these 38, how many of these projects in respect of implementation, how many of these projects are in the process of implementation now, out of these 38?
Speaker, sir, so at the initial stage, sir, the implementing agency was approved, sir, for the one Manitco and Webcoast, and the state government has implemented 2, so that has been completed. But sir, now there are 9 EMRS which being implemented by Manitco, sir. So that is at a different stage. So that is about. Suppose in South Korea has Bakmara, it is 17. So these are all below 20% as of now, sir. And sir, and with respect to the 4 number of EMRS, which is being implemented by Webcoast, sir, so about Nongstein, it is 46%. Sir, Tikurikula, it is 8%, sir. Sir, Makurwat is under DPR process, and Amlarin is 42%. And so the 16 number of project, which was with Meditco for last 2-3 years, but since it was delaying, and we have pursued with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and that is handed over to the state government, sir. There are 16 number, and there are 23 number, so out of 23, there are 16 number, which is under the
Yet to
process. Yes, sir.
Yet to start.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I'm asking this question is because we remember, in respect of this particular sanction, long time ago, I also don't remember, last time, just immediately, I think if I recollect, 2019-20, yes. Now, since I heard 16 number of the projects are yet to take off, in respect of this 16, may I know from the Minister in charge, in respect of how many of these numbers the land has been finalized? Because as far as I know, it's like putting the cart before the horse. So without identifying the land, without finalizing the location, Government of India was asked, they have given because it is your entitlement. The state is entitled to get the fund under Article 275(1). So in respect of how many of these projects which are which implementation is yet to be started, for how many land have been finalized and for how many land have not been finalized?
Speaker, sir, so it is not 16 in fact, and just to get corrected. With the state government, it's 23 numbers, sir. Out of 23, the 16 is on the process of tendering, and the 7 are on the states of DPR. So out of 23, only 5 number having the land issues, so the rest, the land has been settled, sir.
May I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think Minister could have easily said, in respect of these diseases, which are those 5 numbers of the targeted area in respect of the CNRD block, where the finalization of land and location is yet to be completed, because we are there to help, assist. You're biting more than what you can chew. So share it with the local MLAs. None of the local MLAs also know what is happening. There are many ways of getting land. People will have to donate. We'll have to convince the people. Even for a medical college, 300 bigas, that is 100 acres, people were so generous to give. So I think what is necessary, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to share this information, write to the MLAs, get some cooperation from the community. So may I know which are those blocks where issue of land is the hurdle for the department to start the implementation of this project?
Speaker, sir. So the land issue which is having right now is light court blocks, sir, Excise, and Morinkening, sir, Milliam, Umsning, and Lasken blocks. These are the 5, sir.
In respect of Garwins, there is none?
Yes, sir.
I'm yet to know as to where is this particular project in respect of identification of land, where it is in respect of Samanda, your Songsak block.
If you don't have to reply now, you can lay it on the table.
Yes, sir. Sir, right now I don't have detail with me, so I will lay on the table of the house.
Mr. Speaker, sir, only one suggestion. I will request the Minister in charge to write letters to the concerned local MLAs in respect of this issue, so that we can collectively resolve this issue, because this is a precious money. So let this project take off. May I get an assurance on that regard?
Speaker, sir, it is true, sir, and a point noted, sir. In fact, we are talking to some of the honorable MLAs, sir, and we'll be talking to them and we'll be meeting them, sir. We will be meeting officially, sir. In fact, sir, I want to tell the House that even in my area, sir, we have still land issue for last 3 years, but only in the last month we could settle, sir, all these issues, sir. Yes, sir. Point noted, sir.
Yes, again, please.
Sir, I would like to come to reply 87A, where the Minister has replied that the proposal for Center of Excellence for Sports has not yet been approved by the Government of India. And in the course of his reply, sir, he mentioned that some are constructed. So how is it possible, when approval is yet to be received by the Government of India, that some are being undertaken for construction? So may I get the, because I'm rather confused with the reply of the Honorable Minister.
Speaker, sir, so Center of Excellence for Sports is different components, sir. So what I have said, the approval of DPR and a sanction is a different for the project, sir. But however, for the setting of excellence and for all the purposes, the Government of India, Minister of Tribal Affairs, has asked for required amount of land. So after the completion of all the projects, sir, we will propose, and the Government of India will sanction the other component for Center of Excellence, sir. So these are 2 separate components, sir.
So I think the Minister is combining 2 questions in one reply. So that is the reason we are confused as a House. So, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, how many EMRS schools so far have been set up in the state? All these set up?
Sir, as I have already stated, out of total 38 number of EMRS schools, sir, there are different states of construction, different states of tendering, and a DPR. But so, however, sir, there are
I think
yes, sir.
I think the Minister is not getting my question. So the reply to 87A to the question, the total number of Eklavya Model Residential School, EMRS, and Center of Excellence for Sports that going to be set up in the whole state. So his reply to B is 38. So I'm not asking about schools to be set up. I'm asking about schools that have already been set up under this scheme, sir. How many?
Which are
already functional?
So, as I have stated already, because the building is yet to be completed, sir. But however, the two, the Samanda and the Paham Sem is already completed, and we are awaiting to be functional at the earliest, and we are pushing with the ministry to make it functional at the
So far,
earliest.
none yet.
Yes, sir.
So are we made to believe that there are only 2 schools that have already been established under this scheme, sir?
So practically, sir, the Paham Sem and the Samanda is already, the building is completed, and we are awaiting the ministry to place the faculty and other required to make it functional.
So, sir, may I know the status of one EMRS school in Shnong Kalong in Ranikor? What is the status of this school, sir? Because I was told that construction has already been completed. It has been left without any attention, sir.
Sir, in Ranikor block, sir, I think EMRS project is yet to be taken off, sir.
Yes, Karpran, please.
Because in the course of reply by the minister, there's no land issues at Marketing block because the land is available. The location is there at Sorangkam, and the Durbashna has given the NOC also. And some people from the education department have come for inspection and found that the land is feasible, sir.
Speaker, sir, yes, sir, but we are waiting for the final report from the DC, sir.
Professor, please.
May I know from the Minister in charge of education whether land have been identified in my block, Maulai block? Because in the course of his reply, the 5 areas where land have yet to be settled, it is not reflected. So may I know whether there is no land issue with regards to Maulai block?
Speaker, sir, in the initial sanctions, sir, only we have received 38 number of EMRS for the state, sir. So as of now, that does not figure the Maulai blocks, and maybe in the days to come, we will propose to set up even in Maulai Synodi blocks.
Okay, now we move on to the next question, question number 88, to be raised by Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, Leader of Opposition. Dr. M. Amprinlingdo, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir. Reply to star question 88A. So the status of the Tura Government Medical College is 75%. B. So the total area of land donated by the clan for the project is 99 acres. C. So the total amount of money sanctioned by Government of India for the project till date is 170.10 crores. D, sir. The total amount of money released to the PMC till date is 185.65 crores. E. The total amount of money released to the contractor for the PMC till date is 178.66 crores. Sir, F is as per statement placed on the table of the House, sir.
Your supplementary question, please, Dr. Mukul.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this particular project could have transformed the whole ecosystem in the state in respect of access to healthcare facilities and medical education. Now, in view of the importance of this very project and the associated delay in the overall implementation of the project, since the reply indicates that the status of Tura Government Medical College is 75%, it is not clear. This reply is not clear. Reply to A. So may I get a correct reply from, in respect of this status of Tura Government Medical College first? The 75% is what? Physical progress, financial progress?
Sir, it is a construction progress.
Physical progress. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, again it revolves around the issue of giving a clear reply. Status means we should know. This question covers a certain reply which should be provided for the House. Status means in respect of physical, financial, and there are component-wise, different component. In respect of this component, that much percent. In respect of this component, because there are a number of components. At least the academic block, the teaching hospital. May I get some corrected reply first before I put my supplementary?
So the physical progress of the Doldegre project, academic block and accommodation is as follows. Academic block, 75%. Type 5 2 blocks, 98%. Principal residence, 99%. Type 3 blocks, 30%. Type 3 blocks, again 20%. Type 2 blocks, 40%. Boundary wall of about approximately 1.65 kilometers, 30%. Girls hostel, 55%. Boys hostel, 55%. Retaining wall around the designated medical college, 85%. Electrical substation, 64%. ETP cum STP, 25%. WTP, 5%. Cumulative physical progress of Doldegre project, 75%. There's a financial progression. Total sanction, 189 crores. Central share, 170.10 crores. State share, 19 crores. Total administrative approval, 234.89 crores. Total amount released to PMC, 185.65 crores. Total amount released to contractor, 178.66 crores. Miscellaneous expenditure, approximately 5.4 crores. Financial progress out of the AA amount, 81%.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this gives quite a clear picture about the project. So now it is easier for me to put supplementary. So I will request through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, whenever such questions are tabled, at least this reply as required as per the rule may be provided so that members are in a position to put the necessary supplementaries. Now, since physical progress in respect of number of components are quite substantial, almost 90+%, only the academic block. May I know from the Minister in charge in respect of the teaching hospital, specifically, how many numbers were added in terms of bed with that particular intervention and other components associated with this?
So it is as per NMC norms. For a 100-seat medical college, you need 420 beds. And hence, even the cost for the construction of these additional, augmentation of these additional beds has been accordingly budgeted. And that is separate from the entity of the construction of the actual medical college. There were other components as well, sir. There was the road, there is the power, there is the water. So therefore, all of this, sir, if you want me to give all the details, I have all the details.
Only in respect of teaching hospital.
So the teaching hospital, like I told you, sir, we had to actually generate a budget separate for that because we do not have the prerequisite numbers of 420. Hence, the delay, this was another reason for the delay because we did not have the beds that were required. So we have added beds in the maternity and child hospital. We've added beds in the civil hospital as well.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this project is based on that new initiative of Government of India to leverage upon the existing infrastructure pertaining to the hospital to be utilized as teaching hospital. Now, in respect of the total number of the beds which were required for a teaching hospital to be eligible for that number of seats, for that intake capacity of the number of students, as per the MCI guidelines, separate component was also provided in the initial original sanction. So I'm a little confused because we have done our due diligence at the time of getting the project sanction. So I'm getting confused because the sanction was done during that time. So may I know whether there is a separate component for increasing the number of beds in the existing hospital, Tura Civil Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
As stated by me, there is.
So how many beds were added?
So now we have to, existing strength of Tura Hospital is only 200 beds. Existing beds of the MCH hospital is only 50, 250 total. We had to increase new beds under the MCH by 50. And we have to increase additional new beds in existing Tura Hospital of 180 beds. So therefore now we are working towards that and we are achieving that.
So now may I know from the minister in charge, because I think little review is required to see that this project is completed and the state benefits. We should be glad that our children are aspiring to become doctors. It is very difficult for parents to convince children to study. Now we have ready-made children who wants to be doctors. It's an amazing blessing. So to harness these blessings, these projects have to be completed on time. So may I get a categorical assurance, challenges and difficulties and hurdles notwithstanding, to ensure that this project is completed and the academic session can be started. Academic session can be started immediately because the first MBBS does not require a teaching hospital. In fact, this is how the RIMS was started, the college from where I have passed out. There was no teaching hospital, nothing. It started from a nursing hostel. So may I therefore get a categorical assurance from the government, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that all that is within the command of the government be invoked and utilized to see that this project takes off and do justice to the aspirations and hopes of the people as a whole. Because all these hospitals, referral hospital, medical college is the tertiary, the final referral hospital. So therefore, I think it is a very important project. Certain sentiments are attached to this personally also. So I would like to see that at least some assurance comes that as reflected in my submission. Can we get that assurance, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like through you, sir, to assure the Honorable LO that the government is very focused on making sure that the Tura Medical College should at the earliest function. And so we are taking all steps and measures to fast track this very important project. So in as far as assurance, I would like the honorable member to know that times have changed and the NMC is very, very stringent these days. They will not allow us if we don't have the fulfillment of all norms. And hence we are working towards that and we are reaching there. I want to give this assurance to the Honorable LO that yes, this project is also close to our heart as much as it is to yours. We will leave no stone unturned. We would like to see the sessions 25, 26, 27 actually become a reality. Despite all the challenges, we are working on that side. I want to give him just that assurance. But to flaunt the rules, to flaunt the norms will be beyond my capacity. We now still have several steps to still take because we are calling the MNC for a spot inspection. So many components already have to be on ground. And I can assure the honorable member that yes, we are concerned. We would like to see that this institution also changes the academic scenario in Tura and Garo Hills in general.
So that's an assurance. Leaving no stone unturned means, so I have every reason to believe that with utmost sense of sincerity and dedication to what we committed in this August House, does not remain just as a aspirational part, but it must give. I hope the government can give fruition to all these aspirations and hopes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, yes, we are committed, and we hope to be able to achieve this very important target, sir.
So we move on to the next question, question number 89, brought by Sri Rupa Mara. Sri Iti Mondal, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question 89A. Sir, the total number of reported electrocution case under Dadingiri block in the past 10 years is 4 numbers. B, sir, the total number of electrocution victims, families who were paid compensation for the lives lost is 3. C, sir, the total amount received as compensation is rupees 3 lakhs only.
Mr. Rupa Mara, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge the procedure for providing compensation for the victims' families, for those whose family member has lost due to the electrocution?
Sir, there is a detailed procedure to be followed. To complete procedure to be followed in respect of electrocution, electrical accidents are as follows. And any authorized person of the generation, transmission, distribution or supply or use of electricity licensee not below the rank of junior engineer or equivalent shall send the electrical inspector a telephonic report within 24 hours of the knowledge of the occurrence of the fatal incident. Then to file FIR to the district magistrate or the local police station. To obtain a rough sketch of the site of accident, to take photograph. Not to destroy any evidence. The place should be kept as it during the time of accident till the electrical inspector, police authority inspect the site. Report in a report writing in a form within 48 hours of the knowledge of occurrence of fatal and all other accidents. To obtain a copy of the police report, medical report, post-report report if the case is a fatal case, report from government veterinary officer in case of accident to animals and all. The senior electrical inspector will then fix a date of inspection and hearing on the matter. After the inspection and hearing, the senior electrical inspector will submit a report to the government for acceptance. Then government will issue order for payment of compensation and compliance as recommended by the senior electrical inspector. This is the procedure generally followed, sir. And lastly, there should be a claim from the kin of the victim.
May I know from the Minister in charge the time frame for the payment of compensation for the victims' families?
Sir, the time frame after completion of all the report is 30 days, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I ask this question is, in 2017, there was one incident in my constituency, Dalangre, where one small boy was electrocuted. And after 8 long years only, on 3rd of this March this year, he was paid compensation of rupees 1 lakh. So that is why I was asking about the time frame. How much duration was required for the payment of the compensation? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, it is a fact. And we are inquiring into the matter that why it took so much time. And I assure the House that in future it will not happen.
Yes, Dr. Mukul Sangma, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this particular problem associated with these accidents due to electrocution, now there's lots of insensitivity from the side of the distribution people who are manning the distribution lines. It's a fact. In fact, somehow this attitude of distribution company from the very past is that as though they have the right of way. I had to speak to one of the senior officers to ask them to stop doing what they were doing. They were cutting the trees without asking to take the lines. Now, the reason for these accidents is precisely because of this predisposed conditions. So department must give directions to the companies from the safety perspective. So whether any safety auditing is being done in order to understand the factors, reasons leading to this kind of accidents, having to lose precious lives, breath earners, very painful. We've got to be sensitive. It goes on and on. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, to my supplementary, whether any measures to ensure that the safety auditing of all these distribution line, including transmission lines, have been done. If not, whether we will ensure that it is done. Can I get a categorical reply from the Minister in charge to have this enlightenment?
Mr. Speaker, sir, generally all the lines are made the safety auditing with proper SOPs being followed. And before the charging of the line also, the electrical inspector is asked to see that whether the safety auditing is done or not, and after that line is charged. And whatever suggestion has been brought forward by the Honorable Leader of the House,
Leader of the Opposition.
Leader of the Opposition, sorry, we will be looking into it, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to get things more clearer, now we are proud that the state has been able to reap benefits, dividends because of the increased forest cover. And these are all contribution of the people themselves, the community, horticulture, farming, all this. You are aware, your own constituency has all those hardworking farmers. Now, what happens is that after the line is drawn, after getting the right of way, you know how the plants behave. There is no pruning of the trees. Farmers themselves have to do the pruning with all the risks associated. It is very dangerous. That's why this part has to be taken cognizance of. That all these distribution lines, whoever has given the right of way, free of cost, do justice to them and ensure safety of the landowners, safety of the farmers, and do a normal pruning, because vegetative coverage all across is being used for right of way. These are all full of plants. None is barren. And this is where the accident takes place. So may I submit through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to look at lines which have been erected with the generosity of the landowners to provide them the right of way. These areas will be taken care of to provide safety of the landowners. This is the assurance I want.
Mr. Speaker, sir, actually, periodically, the trees are being pruned wherever the distribution and also transmission lines are passing through. Especially before the onset of monsoon, this exercise is being done. Nevertheless, sir, this is a serious issue. Will be taken consideration to see that all distribution and transmission lines are free from the branches of the tree touching the conductors.
Banti Dorlindo, please.
Through you, I would like to know from the minister in charge, how many cases happened in the last 1 year? Electrocution cases in Maukonro CNRD block.
Sir, I don't have the answer with me because this primary question is pertaining to Dadangri block. However, one case is brought to my notice by the honorable member, and immediately I have inquired into it. There is an electrocution case in that particular, but the matter of fact is that this is not the fault of the MECL, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Renekton, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge of power, what are the kind of compensation or the amount for those person who lost both their hands? There was a case in my constituency, sir, where one children lost both their hand due to electrocution. So what are the kind of compensation and the amount that are supposed to get?
Sir, loss of limbs, eyes, injuries causing permanent disability. Before 2020, it is 62,000, sir.
62,000 for the whole life, sir, or per year, or per month?
No, this is one time.
62,000. It's too less, sir, but we can't do anything.
Yes, sir. It has been enhanced later on, but I am telling if the case is before that, then it is like that. And if it is after, then if the injury is up to 40%, then 50,000 per person. Between 41 to 60%, 1 lakh per person. More than 61%, it is 1 lakh 50,000 per person.
Charles, please.
The reply of the Honorable Minister, he mentioned that it took 8 years for the compensation to be paid. Now that is not insensitive, but very disheartening to know. Because someone dies of electrocution, obviously there's an FIR placed, and then after the police inquest, the doctors declare he or she dead due to electrocution. Which means, why should the department take so long in paying the compensation when you know that it was a death to electrocution? So can this be expedited first, instead of waiting for so many other reports? Because the principal thing is, if the report given by on the inquest and the doctors, it should be sufficient. Because otherwise you are asking a person in other terms, in other ways, to prove that you are innocent. Have to prove you are guilty. You have to be guilty first, then you have to prove yourself innocent. That is the thing that's happening. So on sensitive, humanitarian grounds, this should not happen, sir. I request the department to look into this and compensation paid immediately. after the doctor's report has been given.
Question hour is over. Before we come to item number 2, I would like to announce the House that I have received a letter from the Honorable Chief Minister and the Leader of the House that he will not be able to attend the 9th day of the budget session, and all necessary replies will be made by Sri President Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister, on his behalf. Now we come to item number 2. Sri Sakler Waziri, Minister in charge, Labour, Employment and Skill Development, to lay an assurance statement pertaining to start question number 52 asked by Sri Nujorki Sungo, MLA, on 7th March 2025. Sri Sakler Waziri, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to lay an assurance statement pertaining to start question number 52 asked by Shri Nujorki Sungo, MLA, on 7 March 2025.
Now we come to item number 3, voting on demands for grants. Now we will now take up grant number 1. Sri President Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 378 crores 78 lakh 61,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to administration charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for demonstration of the heads 2011 Parliament / State / Union Territory Legislatures, 2058 Stationery and Printing, 4058 Capital Outlay on Stationery and Printing, 4216 Capital Outlay on Housing.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 1 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 1 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 3. Sri President Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 88 crores 78 lakhs 50,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for demonstration of the heads 2013 Council of Ministers, 2052 Secretariat General Services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 3 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the grant number 3 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 4. M. Amprin Lingdo, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that the sum not exceeding 177 crores 30 lakhs 23,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, to be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2014 Administration of Justice, 2059 Capital Outlay on Public Works, 4216 Capital Outlay on Housing, sir.
Motion moved. Now, there is a cut motion submitted by Sri Arden Miller Basaimat, MLA. You may move your cut motion, Arden, but you may confine your speech strictly only on the subject matter relating to the department and not to touch on any subject relating to the High Court, judges and the administration of justice. You may now move.
Sir, I beg to move that the total provision of rupees 177 crore 30 lakhs 23,000 under grant number 4, major heads 2014, administration of justice at page 2742 of budget be reduced to rupees 1. That is the amount of the whole grant of rupees 177 crore 30 lakhs 23,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1 to discuss the style and functioning of the law department.
Now you may initiate your discussion.
Sir, at the outset, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And in fact, I would also like to thank the Chief Minister for his elaborative reply on the budget. So, had we not raised the issue of loans and debts in this August House, I believe that the Chief Minister would not have taken a pain to reply on that day on loans and debts, where maximum of time he spent on that day was on loans, on debts. However, sir, I feel that Honorable Chief Minister still missed the opportunity. When we raise a genuine concern, sir, that cannot be termed as a misconception. Sir, it's very unfortunate that when we raise our genuine concern, is being termed as misconception. It is either an ill conception or misconception on our part. So as members of this August House, we are drawn, and our attention has been drawn by the figures that the government has declared officially in the budget document. So when we raise the issue of debts, it is not a misconception, sir. So here, I just want to put the record straight. It is reflected in this budget document, page 12, in this budget at a glance, sir. It indicates about the liabilities of state government as on 31st March 2018 to 31st March 2023. So the increase, and I'm very particular on the day, I choose to speak on the loan from the open market, which has increased up to 127% from 2018, 2019 to 2024, 2025. And in page 37, it has indicated the trend where the government is repaying these loans. So in column 2, on this page, sir, as I have expressed on that day, sir, this is just to put the record straight.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir. As Rule 300. Sir, I don't know the honourable mover. When he moved the court motion, he referred to the budget speech. I think, as you rightly mentioned about the subject, where you said dwell upon this court motion itself, and that is the style and functioning of law department. I fail to understand, sir, why should the honourable member will take this subject outside this original court motion where he himself moved.
So, since we are discussing about the budget, sir, I just feel that we need to put the record straight. As members, as responsible members of this August House, we are not having any misconception. Our serious concern, genuine concern, cannot be termed or treated as misconception, sir. That is a very wrong message. So I just want to put the record straight, sir. So I request all the honourable members belonging to the Treasury to read this budget document. So coming to my cut motion. So when we talk about the word law, we understand that it means rules and regulations that govern the state and its people. So in order to ensure that the state or the country, for that matter, is free from any chaotic situation, laws are required to be made through a process of legislation. So law is a system or a method that disciplined and tamed human behaviors and actions. Therefore, laws are made to be respected and followed strictly so by all concerned. Hence, the law department, so I strongly feel, is a very important department in the government, as it provides legal advices on legal matters to the government. Therefore, I feel that law department needs to be equipped with expert on legal matters, as it shall help the government to take right decisions. So as of now, I don't know how many cases that the government have won so far. History has revealed that the state government is very poor in dealing with cases. So, sir, I strongly feel that the selection of the Advocate General, whose role is very crucial, so should be done based on merits and expertise, not on connections or relations, sir. So it would be advisable for the state government to engage the best of legal experts in the departments to ensure that it escapes from judicial scrutiny on any important decisions or legislations relating to constitutional interpretation. So, another concern that I would like to raise in this House is regarding the kind of assistance that the government needs to provide for common citizens in the state who have to fight for justice in the judiciary. So we know that the majority of people are ignorant about the law. Therefore, it would be prudent on the part of the government to engage lawyers so that the government can extend assistance to the common man. So because we know that the common people cannot afford to hire professional lawyer to defend their cases. Therefore, sir, I feel that the government should increase the number of government empaneled lawyers to assist such cases. Since the fees charged by the lawyers in these days are too expensive, sir, this will also protect the common citizens from being exploited. So, another point that I would like to raise in this motion is the intention of the government to remove Justice Katike. So, according to media reports, the state government has deliberated on the idea of terminating the services of Justice retired BP Katike, who is heading the one-man committee appointed by the High Court of Meghalaya relating to illegal mining of coal in the state. As per report, the government is now seeking legal opinion before filing a petition in the High Court seeking termination of his services. So it seems that the unwavering determination of the judge to expose unauthorized coal mining was the main cause that the people in power and the coal mafias in the state are too uncomfortable. So it was also reported that ever since he was appointed in April 2022, Justice Katike has submitted over 24 interim reports which confirms that illegal coal mining and transportation have been going on in various parts of the state. So this is not the first time that this kind of interference is taking place in the state of Meghalaya. It has happened before. Lokayukta officers were dismissed on flimsy grounds only for performing their duties, sir. We are made to believe that the findings of Justice Katike may expose the entire connivance between men in power and the coal mafia on the state, sir. So the best thing is to remove this Justice retired category. So we would like to express in this August House that as a party, we will oppose this move, this intention of the government. And we would strongly urge the government to not interfere with his performance and perhaps allow him to carry out his duties and responsibilities mandated to him according to this committee appointed by the High Court. So, sir, these are the few concerns only that I would like to raise as far as the law department is concerned. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Any member who wish to participate? I will now call the Minister in charge to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I thank the Honorable Member from Nongkrem who has raised this cut motion, giving me an opportunity, sir, to discuss the style and functioning of the Law Department. Sir, having raised this cut motion and having raised one or two very important concerns of the Honourable Member, I would like now, sir, to explain what are the functions, what is it that we do in the Law Department. And at the end of this debate, sir, I hope that I shall be able to have done justice to the concerns raised by the Honourable Member. Sir, the Department of Law is an important segment of the government of Meghalaya. Sir, the department is also vested with the responsibility of preparation of panels of advocates in respect of the High Court of Meghalaya, the district courts, the appointment of advocates of panel to defend the interest of the departments of the government of Meghalaya. So the department, in the capacity of administrative department of the district courts, is also engaged in the supervision and monitoring of execution of the CSS projects in respect of district courts, which includes the construction of the district courts, the subdivisional court buildings at different places, as well as the scheme for getting the establishment of special courts. So the department is also entrusted with the administration of public prosecutors, including additional public prosecutors, assistant public prosecutors, in the matter of grant of retainer, feeship, to standing counsels, both in the civil and the criminal, as well as paying remuneration to the additional PPs and reviewing their fee structure from time to time. The amicus curiae appointed by the various courts are also entitled to receive payments as per rules from the department. So the business under the law department include administration of justice, appeals against acquittals, law reforms, advice on legal matter, appointment of judicial officers, criminal and civil laws and its procedure, law officers, supervision of government litigation, drafting of bills and statutory rules and orders, appointment of all of these public prosecutors, additional prosecutors, government pleaders, assistant government pleaders, and the engagement of government counsels in the Supreme Court and the High Court. We have two wings of the law department, sir. We have Law B department. This wing of the department is primarily responsible for rendering legal aid services in respect to various matters of law referred to by various departments of government of Meghalaya. It also undertakes various other functions having legal bearing, such as vetting of various statutes, rules, regulations, bylaws, notification under various statutes as referred to by the various departments of government of Meghalaya. It also examines cases with regard to desirability of filing appeals, revisions in higher judicial forums, besides appealing against acquittals as referred to by the departments of the government. This wing also deals with the drafting, the vetting of legislative proposals, bills, and also tenders advice on legislative business. It also takes stock of all kinds of acts in the original being implemented by various departments of the state. So, Law Aid Department deals with the administration of justice pertaining to the subordinate courts, which includes grants of administrative approval, expenditure sanctioned to CSS projects, and other schemes. So, under the CSS, the major project at present being executed is construction of district courts and subdivisional courts along with residential quarters. Till date, sir, 120 CSS projects are being implemented for the infrastructure development of judiciary at the total cost of 480.41 crores, out of which CSS released amounts to rupees 177.86 crores and 10% state share being 19.76, which has been utilized. An additional amount of 105.94 CSS and 11.77 crores is required for executing all the aforesaid infrastructural projects of the judiciary. In the current year, sir, the state government has been able to utilize 37 crores 76 lakh 66,665, inclusive of the 90% centrally sponsored schemes, out of a mandatory 16 crores earmarked for release for the state, indicating the state's prioritizing the development of judicial infrastructure. So we agree in total with the honorable member that we need to ensure that the administration of justice occurs. And hence, we have special courts. One of such special courts is what we call the fast-track courts. And this special court of the fast-track court has been mandated by the POCSO Act with CSS funding. 5 POCSO special courts have been established in Shillong and 1 each in Nongpoh, Jowai, Nongstong. Under centrally sponsored scheme for the fast-track courts, the state has sanctioned a total of 6 crores 11 lakhs 55,223 from 2020-2024, being 5 crores 47 lakhs 89,750 under the central share and rupees 68 lakhs 65,473 under the state share. Other major projects under the state scheme undertaken was the construction of the High Court of Meghalaya and the ADR and mediation centers at Shillong and Tura. New projects are being undertaken under the state scheme, which includes construction of the permanent campus of the NLU, the MEG and ADR and mediation center in remaining districts. For effectively defending the interest of the government, the department undertakes an exercise periodically to prepare panel of advocates in respect of High Court and district courts. Those applicants who fulfill the requirements as laid down under CRPC and BNASS are considered for empanelment. Sir, the selection of the AG of the state is not on whimsical grounds. There are procedures indicated, there are qualifications indicated, and it would be a distraction to state that other parameters of judgment have influenced the government to select representatives that are important as the AG, the double AG, and the other members of lawyers that continue not only to defend the government, but also to defend the common man. So we have what we call the Meghalaya Legal Service Authority. Meghalaya Legal Service Authority is functioning under the Legal Services Act 1987 as amended. Its primary job is to render legal aid, legal assistance to the weaker sections, downtrodden, SC/ST women who are unable to afford costs of engaging legal counsels, for speedy redressals of the disputes relating to variety of issues including the minor accident claim tribunal, the family disputes and others. This authority organizes Lok Adalats for resolution of such disputes expeditiously. The authority also conducts Megha camps throughout the state to disseminate information on various central and state schemes being implemented by the government and educate and assist the masses on availing the benefits of all such schemes. So the Honorable Chief Justice of the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya is patron-in-chief of the authority and monitoring the functioning of the authority. Hence, I speak with confidence that it is the primary responsibility of the department to defend the have-nots and the less privileged. And we are continuously doing it through various schemes that we have. So we have the modified scheme of 2020, the Legal Aid Defense Council scheme. Whole documentation is here and we are trying our best, sir, to ensure that we perform our duties and fulfill our objectives. Sir, the main objective of the Legal Aid Defense Council is to provide qualitative and competent legal services in criminal matters to all eligible persons, to manage and implement legal aid systems in professional manner in all criminal matters. So we have a scope of work that is also designed so that we are constantly guided and we are constantly made aware of the responsibilities of the Department of Law to execute and to ensure that we are there. So we also have various committees at various levels at the district as well as at the state level. And each of these councils are guided by proper policy and principles. And we are trying our best. I repeat again, the fast-track special courts are also periodically reviewing the kind of administration of justice and ensuring that justice is not denied to the public at large. Article 39A of the Constitution of India also provides for equal justice and free legal aid. And the state is committed to secure that the operation of the legal systems promote justice on a basis of equal opportunity and shall in particular provide free legal aid by suitable legislation or schemes or in any way to ensure that opportunities for securing justice are not denied to any citizen by reason of economic or other disability. Sir, we have the State Legal Service Authority in our High Court, and we ensure that all of the schemes within this are administered and within the reach of the public at large. So on the matter of Justice B.K. Kateke, sir, the Honorable Retired Justice heading this committee has been appointed by the Honorable High Court, and it is not within my mandate nor the mandate of the state government to discuss this matter as it is sub judice. So there are fees, there are OMs, there are procedures that are laid down very clearly. I would like to appeal to the Honorable Member not to be disheartened and to have this impression, nor promote an impression that government is sleeping idle. It is not true that we are losing all of our cases. It is not true, sir. And yes, despite the complexities of the defense systems ingrained in the Constitution, and we will try our best to ensure that justice is there for all. Therefore, having attempted to a large extent to explain and defend the inherent doubting in the manner in which the cut motion has been put forward, I request the honourable member to kindly withdraw his cut motion so that we may be given the opportunity, noting, sir, that there are shortcomings in the law department. We have taken note of all of his observations. We will verify the extent of the occurrences of such lapses, and we assure the honourable member that we will do everything to ensure that justice is not denied to the common man, at the same time protecting the interest of the state government in all of its efforts to serve the people of the state of Meghalaya. With these few observations, I reiterate, I kindly request the honourable member to withdraw his cut motion, sir, and I resume my seat.
Thank you. Now, may I know the mind of the mover as to whether or not,
which also involves the provision of Rule 158, to somehow perceive the submission of the honourable members in this August House pertaining to any areas of concern cannot be referred to as inherent doubt. Inherent is something, inherent doubt means that the member has that inherently, that habit of doubting. So I think that's not an appropriate word to be utilized to refer to a member of this August House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will submit before this August House. We always avoid this type of words in this August House. The person, member who has moved this cut motion, to refer to him as a person having an inherent doubt, I think it must be avoided.
now may I know the mind of the mover as to whether or not he will withdraw his cut motion?
So, I am thankful for the positive response of the Minister. However, sir, as mentioned by the LO, Honorable LO, we would not expect that not only once, that there is always a perception on the ruling side that whatever we raise because of the doubts, of the misconception. So it would be appropriate, therefore, for the Minister concerned to avoid using that words. And may I request you, sir, to expunge that words. So, sir, before I withdraw, I just need one clarification from the Minister. Honorable Minister, steps taken by the government to ensure that people get easy access to these services. Because I feel that government needs to simplify the approach or the method where people can easily get access to these services.
So, various schemes have various provisions. In the POCSO Act, there are a set of procedures to access legal aid, and all of those, sir, go to a committee. The committee reviews, and the committee then assigns the prosecutors to assist the public. Sir, we also have, like I said, the Legal Aid Defense Council scheme. And in this scheme, sir, we have a scope of work. And in this scope of work, sir, we ensure that panels of lawyers are already paid for the representation of the public. Sir, we also have family courts, and in the family court also, women who approach these family courts are given a particular procedure to follow to access this legal aid. And so all of these are as per procedures laid down. It would take a lot of time for me to elucidate and to explain all of these various procedures. But I can assure the honorable member that maybe we need to have more awareness programs. In fact, the department also, through these various councils and various committees, are trying to make the public aware. And we have CAMs, we have all of these efforts that are put in so that we can ensure that every person in the state who requires legal aid should not be denied a legal aid. Thank you, sir.
If I can make a suggestion, sir, can the government have a helpline specifically for issues relating to legal matters, sir?
Point noted, sir.
Okay, sir. I would once again thank the minister, and I withdraw this cut motion.
Thank you. Since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 4 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 4 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 5. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 35 crores 28 lakhs 89,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2015 elections.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 5 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 5 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 6. Sri Kirmanchila, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 185 crore 75 lakh 65,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2029 land revenue, 2245 relief on account of natural calamities, 4250 capital outlay on other services, social services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 6 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 6 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 7. Sri Shaklir Waziri, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 4 crore 16 lakhs, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2030 stamps and registration.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 7 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 7 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 8. Sri Kirmenchila, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 27 crore 58 lakh 22,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2039 State Excise.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion against this grant tabled by Sri Arden Miller Basangmet, MLA. You may, Arden, you may please move.
Sir, I beg to move that the total provision of 27 crores 58 lakhs 22,000 on the grant number 8 major head 2039 state excise at page 83-86 of budget be reduced to rupees 1. That is the amount of the whole grant of 27 crores 58 lakhs 22,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1 to discuss the style and functioning of the excise department.
Motion moved. You may now initiate the discussion.
Sir, as we all know that this is one of the highest revenue earners for the state. According to the projection of the government, it is expected that it will generate up to 682 crores in 25-26. So we have heard not only once that alcoholics have proudly claimed that they are the major contributor towards the revenue of the state. Yet the state government is showing the least concern for them. So I feel that this government is not doing enough to check and curtail the sale of illicit liquor. This will not only reduce the revenue generation of this department, so however, it will also put the lives of the consumers at risk. So what was happening very recently when the state police together with the Assam police raided a fake liquor factory in Umyam. This indicated the total failure of the excise department. So I may ask a question, how on earth this is possible, sir, to operate an illegal and fake liquor factory almost in the heart of a state? So I was made to understand that this was not the second time that such raid took place to unearth the operation of fake liquor factory. And moreover, sir, I was told that the brands that they are making are the common brands that the people in our state is drinking. And let me inform this August House, sir, that I am a complete teetotaler, though I have a concern for those who used to drink liquor, sir. So I am concerned about the health and life of those who drink spurious alcohol, as it will affect their lives. So I am sure that this is a racket that is happening under the very nose of the departments and the government. This happened in the proximity of the industrial area at Umyam, flouting all the laws. So it is amazing that such huge operations are running under the nose of excise and police department. So for the benefit of this August House, for someone to operate this factory, one needs an approval of Industries Department the consent to establish from Meghalaya State Pollution Control Board factories and boilers approval which ensures all safety norms are complied, consent to operate by the Meghalaya State Pollution Control Board once unit is ready to start, to ensure all pollution equipments extra are installed. So they also need and power approval from the MEECL. If it is a liquor manufacturing is involved, then Excise Department issues specific license to manufacture to ensure quality safeguard measures are taken by the unit. So, food safety standards administration is also needed in this case. Government of India issue NOC for any items related to human consumption to ensure units produce as per norms. And this inspection is being done once a year or even twice. So the question here is how this racket can take place. And I was also told that the information to the state government was given by the Assam police on this illegal operation. So may I know, therefore, sir, from the government, what action has been taken? What are the steps? Whether the people involved in this crime have been taken to task or not? Because when they are flouting all the norms and laws, sir, then what happened? Everything that is there is illegal. Illegal shed, illegal equipments installed, illegal power either from MEECL, brought outside people to run the plant, and ultimately making and producing spurious branded products. So, sir, this is very serious issue which I feel I need to get a clarification, a categorical clarification on the part of the government as to what action has been taken and why the government allowed this type of racket to take place not only once but twice, as I've mentioned in my submission, sir. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you. Dr. Mukul Sangma, you can initiate the discussion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise to support the cut motion tabled by Honorable Member from Dongkrem, Arden Miller Basaimoit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to be specific on few points to raise the concern of everyone, including self. There are two things that I want to focus on to draw the attention of the Minister in charge. One is on the revenue part, another part is on the regulation part. Now, excise and also the value addition tax on the petroleum products. These are the only two things which we were able to keep outside the GST regime. We had done quite a substantial exercise in coming together as states and leave it outside the purview of the GST. However, now if we look at the whole overall mechanism of earlier tried and tested system, somehow I think new method of whole distribution of these products through the retailers have been adopted by the government. Earlier we had the bonded warehousing, then the retail outlets, and now we have the so-called, I don't know, if I'm correct, I think it is referred to as super bond or something. Whatever may be the name, the minister may enlighten us on these. So I would like to submit before the August House to enlighten us on this methodology of how the revenue is realized from each categories of those who are provided with this license at the top level, super bond. Then next is the bonded warehouse and also the retailers. The mode of collection, realization of the excise duty. Another part is I have certain inputs earlier. Ministers should actually verify to this concern about some of the outstanding payable by some of the wine stores, the retail outlets, the retail licensee holders. So I would like to get a reply or information pertaining to this. Because in respect of Form D6, as per the requirement of the FRBM Act, the declaration of any revenue raised or but not realized, we need to declare it for the House as per the mandate of the law. But here in respect of excise, it doesn't show any, it doesn't reflect any indication of such outstanding. But I have reasons to believe that there were outstanding which were not realized. Therefore, it will be in the fitness of things, in the best interest of the state, that this revenue aspect is looked at. And if there were outstanding, when, since when, and who are those defaulters, and how these are not reflected here in this particular requirement, which make it binding on the government for providing this disclosure statement brought out in compliance to the conditions of fiscal transparency set out in the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act and Rules, 2006. Then another part is the regulation part. I remember we wanted to ensure that these wine stores are not established right on the bank of the roads, highways. We did lots of exhaustive deliberation, discussion. It was an uphill task, though, to convince everybody and take everybody on board. But we achieved that objective. Now, why we have gone back to the same thing, bringing the wine store closer and closer to the roads? And not only that, we were very sensitive to the need of the people who are the clienteles of these wine stores. But at the same time, the sentiments attached to the community, the people, the churches, the distance which was required to be maintained as per the rules. And sometimes you need to change the rule, amend the rules based on the sentiments and requirement and then overall public demand. That's what we tried to do in the past. But the government has been perceived as insensitive to this general demand of the people to see that the wine stores are not established near schools, to establish such wine stores as far as possible, as we did in the past. Even then, people were of the opinion that it was not enough. That's the reason why we say, okay, then let us look at setting a setback from the highway. So the wine stores which are established are not visible. Idea is to create an, to the extent possible, to reduce the chances of human temptation. Now the wine stores are established. It looks so lucrative. It looks like a more like a, competing with many of the showrooms of high-end fashion designer houses. This is how it is being done. I would like to submit before this August House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Sir, anybody who wants to buy a bottle of liquor, or whiskey or whatever, he will find his way to the wine store. Nobody needs to tell him also. What is the need to bring it to the roadside? Anybody who drinks, if he is not yet satisfied, even after the normal time allowed by the department as per the rules, even then they will search for. That's why we have so many other illegal. Some people are making livelihood out of that also. But then, how far we can regulate, how far we can minimize. When we watch movies, when we watch any serials, entertainment programs, if there is any scene which has display of intake of alcohol or alcohol consumption, it is written, consumption of alcohol is injurious to health. To dissuade. Now, therefore, all these measures were taken. Making the long story short, all these measures were adopted from that perspective. Why was it changed? Can we not do it again? I remember when we decided on this in the cabinet, we had an exhaustive discussion amongst the members of the cabinet. Everybody expressed the concern of people who are engaged in this business. But if we see, the realization of excise duty have never fallen. It will go on increasing. I used to tell people, somebody asked me, sir, tell me which is the sector I would like to invest. I would like to invest, huge inheritance, multi-million dollars. But the guy wanted to know. And I said, there are three things where one will not go wrong when we establish any manufacturing unit for food. Food will always be in demand. In fact, the demand will be always in ascending order. This is what we have seen during the pandemic. Then another one is medicine. Wherever there is a pharmacy, once the doctors prescribe, patient party will go buy, if it is not there in the hospital pharmacy. And health challenge is always there, therefore demand for medicine will be always there. And third one is the alcohol. But just because these, now what we see is that we are trapping the entrepreneurs. The government is trapping, the department is trapping the entrepreneurs. How? By allowing too many licenses. Young boys, after completion of their education, after they try to raise their family, no possible avenues of other entrepreneurship, somebody will advise them, take a wine store license. Everybody is applying and everybody is being given. What is this? Where is the regulation? Earlier we put some kind of rider that NOC from this disease, including local MLA. What happened to this? Why aren't these particular riders not taken cognizance of? Now, how many wine stores are established in respective constituencies? Nobody knows. It has become like some kind of, tea counter. This is something which is not inconsistent with the core values of the people of the state. The riders are needed to demonstrate that. And not only that, now, I went to Ampati recently. I met some of the boys who have been given license for retail wine stores. In Betasing, where there were only one during my time, I have represented Ampati 5 times, 25 years. Ampati continued to have only one wine store. Subsequently, in 2016, we gave one more, so it became 2, district capital. Only 2 wine stores. Now you go and see how many wine stores left and right. Now the guys, mothers, when the son is asking money, mother is giving money, sister is giving money after establishment. Now they don't have money to renew their license because sales are not. Because instead of 5 wine stores, there are already 15 wine stores. In Betasing, where there was only wine store, which closed down because of lack of clientele, subsequently we had only one in 2017-18. Now there are 9 wine stores. Now the wine store, these license holders are not being able to pay the rent of the shop. That's why I'm saying it is a trap. These young entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, they thought this is a good lucrative business because they have shown others showing success stories, but now it is being trapped. So it is the job of the government to regulate business. If the scales of business growth indicates that yes, there is a need to have one more retailer, give it. Have a due diligence. What is the factor which is somehow making the government so prompt in giving too many licenses? What is the factor? Is there any factor which somehow make the government so willing and so prompt in giving wine license after wine license? I know there is a reason, but that should not be the weapon which should influence our core values, our ideologies, our sense of responsibilities. Therefore, I would like to urge upon the government, from now on, no more wine store licenses should be given anymore. Allow these people, they are paying you tax, and they are already failing, they are already closing their shop. Our people don't have that much of money, that much of investable reserve. We are trapping our innocent budding entrepreneurs. I am serious on this, and therefore, please take cognizance of this sentiment. I'm speaking on behalf of the people of the state. Then another one. Look at the regulation. You have all those facilities all across the globe, wherever there is no prohibition. There are states who have adopted prohibition, obviously because of the reasons associated with unregulated consumption of alcohol. I'm not talking about the spurious drinks. That is also one issue. But this one, any bar license holder, before entering, is there a regulation to indicate as to who should be allowed to enter that bar? That eligibility criteria from the perspective of age, minor children entering into some of the areas where liquors are being sold left and right. A serious concern. These festivals, take example of the Megong festival in Baljek. All these things are available in visuals, in social media platform. What is the narrative of sensible people of our community? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this is never allowed as per the law. This is never allowed as per the rule. Whoever is entering that area has become a wine store kind of thing, like a bar. Left and right, there are, areas where liquors are being sold without any regulation. Children of 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, girls after the whole festival, slipping in the drain. All this social media goes viral. That is the branding that we want to have for the state. This is how we want to identify our Megong festival. This is how we want to promote. All the drinkers will come. All the gamblers will come. Not good people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it's a very serious issue. You are asking that much of money for whom? For the employees? Deputy Commissioner is there who actually facilitates all these license proposals. Are not they guided by the rules? The government must come up with a further amendment of the rule if this rule is not enough. Another part is that every festival, wherever sale of liquor is allowed, it must be regulated by rule. The eligible criteria, the entry point must be regulated. People who are not eligible to consume alcohol from the age perspective, they must not be allowed to enter. You have a festival, children are going inside, underage young boys and girls are going inside. So the wrong has become right in the eyes of the people. Now, who is going to tell that this is wrong? That's why I'm saying that this is wrong. What we are doing is not correct. I expect the government to correct it. I don't think I need to lengthen my submission before this August House. But this is something which is a serious issue. Otherwise, we will have a movement to ensure that we bring prohibition in the state. We respect people who drink, but we also know how to regulate. Self-regulation. Who doesn't drink? Many of us drink. We have the tradition of Wangala. We know how to drink. But then it is not that now you have a regulation, you have a rule. Uncle and parents will not be having the courage also to enter to those kind of festivals. Therefore, I seek, before this demand is passed, an assurance from the minister that all these which are part of my submission, and besides this, which are also connected directly or indirectly with regulation, must be adhered to, and necessary appropriate rule must be put in place, and at the same time, whatever rule is already there must be further strengthened. And with these few words, I once again support this cut motion, and I hope the Minister has taken cognizance of these serious issues. And with these few words, I resume my seat.
Any member who would like to participate? If there is no more member to participate, then may I request honorable member in charge to make a reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I would like to thank the honorable member, Shri Arden Miller Basayomait from Nongkrem constituency, and Dr. Mukul Sangma, leader of opposition, for the interest has taken to highlight the style and function of the Excise Department, and for the valuable inputs placed before this August House today. In the course of my reply, it shall be my endeavor to respond to the important points raised by the honorable member. The Excise Department is one of the major revenue earning department of the state. The revenue collected annually differ from year to year depending on the consumption pattern and buoyancy of the market. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Excise Department, Government of Meghalaya regulates, control and monitor manufacture, possession, import, export, transport, scale and consumption of liquor and other intoxicants. The statutory powers for which are discharged under the Meghalaya Excise Act, Assam Excise Act 1910 as adopted and amended by Meghalaya, and Meghalaya Excise Rules, Assam Excise Rules 1945 as adopted and amended by Meghalaya. The department strives to achieve the twin needs of preventing the manufacture, supply and distribution of illicit, counterfeit, spurious and non-duty paid intoxicants, and also attaining the full realizable revenue potential of the state. The main function of the department includes: number one, administration of the Meghalaya Excise Act and Meghalaya Excise Rules, Assam Excise Act 1910 and Rule 1945 as adopted and amended by Meghalaya. 2. Formulating, enforcing and monitoring the policy matters of the Excise Department. 3. Collection of duty and fee from excisable articles. 4. Grant of licenses for manufacture and production of spirits, IMFL, beer, wine. 5. Grant license for bottling of IMFL, beer, wine. 6. Grant license for wholesale and retail sale, IMFL, beer, wine, BIO. 7. Renewal of licenses. 8. Brand registration for sale in the state of Meghalaya. 9. Regulates the issue of permits passed for the removal and transport of liquor. 10. To conduct intensive raids, detect cases, and prompt action on complaints. Sir, duties of the department: number 1, formulating policies for the state of Meghalaya. 2. Administration of the state excise department. 3. Licensing with sanction of the state government. 4. Budget and accounts. Implementation highlights online payment. Adoption of online payment gateway has not only simplified the procedure of paying duty for the licenses, but has improved realization and reconciliation of revenue collected. Number 2, homemade wine policy. The state being one of the few in the country with a policy supporting the manufacture and sale of non-grape wine made from local fruits. This has directly benefited the farmers, local entrepreneurs, and winemakers of the state. 3. Integrated Excise Management System, IEMS. The Integrated Excise Management System will not only extricate the department in manual collection of information, but it will lead to real-time tracking on finished goods for unaffected control of the excise ecosystem in order to increase revenue and stop any leakage. Licensing procedure. The procedure relating to licensing of country spirit shop is dealt with the accordance with Rule 178 to 227 of the Assam Excise Rule 1945 as adopted. With licensing of bottling units, brewery, bonded warehouses, retail IMFL, outlets, bars, and canteens are regulated under 272 to 292 of the Assam Excise Rules 1945 as amended from time to time. Apart from the above, the licensing procedures are also defined under the standing instructions relating to liquor, the Assam Bonded Warehouse Rule 1965 and the Assam Distillery Rules, all of which have been adopted by the state government. In keeping with the sentiments of the people of the state, licenses for sale or storage of liquor are not issued whenever there are genuine objections. The salient features taken into consideration while processing cases for issue of licenses includes: number 1, location of any proposed liquor shop should not be in the vicinity of educational institution or place of worship, Rule 183. 2, persons of dubious character or habitual offenders, including defaulters, will not be considered for grant of license to deal in liquor, Rule 219. 3. Licenses are issued after establishing by a local inquiry that the proposed action is necessary in the interests of the public. Sir, case relating to transfer of and shifting of license premises are dealt with under Rule 191, 233 and 234 respectively, while cases relating to cancellation or suspension of existing licenses are proceeded with in accordance with the provisions specified under Section 29 of the Act. So, number of licensed premises. IMFL for sale by retail shop in the state is supplied by the bonded warehouse. The breakup in the number of licensed premises of bottling plants, brewery, bonded warehouse, IMFL retail shop, bar, canteen, and country spirit or outstill up to February 2025. District-wise are as follows. Sir, East Khasi Hills District, 14 bonded warehouse, 210 wine shop, 74 bar. Ribohoi, 11 bottling plants, brewery or distillery, 6 bonded warehouse, 89 wine shop, 13 bar. West Khasi Hills, 2 bonded warehouse, 17 wine shop, and 2 bar. Southwest Khasi Hill, 17 wine shops, 2 bar. Eastern West Nil, West Giant Hills, 8 bonded warehouse, 51 wine shop, and 4 bar. East Giant Hills, 5 bonded warehouse, 5 bonded warehouse, 64 wine shops, and 3 bar. North Garo, 3 bonded warehouse and 43 wine shop. East Garo Hills, 4 bonded warehouse and 49 wine shops. and 1 bar. West Garo Hills, 8 bonded warehouse, 213 wine shops and 6 bar. South Garo, 3 bonded warehouse and 39 wine shops. Southwest Garo Hills, 4 bonded warehouse and 62 wine shops. Detection of cases. Adequate measures have been taken to combat the menace of illicit liquor. Intensive raids and checking have been carried out in the interior as well as the towns and suburbs. In Shillong, raids have often been conducted under the full glare of the media to promote transparency and accountability in the system, which to a large extent produce successful results in minimizing the rampant sale of illicit liquor. The number of cases detected during the last 5 years is as follows. 2020-21, 1,538 were raided, 396 cases registered, 316 persons arrested, 278 cases disposed, 3,77,290 amount of fine. 2021-22, 1,418 were raids, 324 cases registered, 266 persons arrested, 341 cases disposed, 4,72,160 amount fine. 2022-23, 7,510 raids, 1,177 cases registered, 677 persons arrested, 576 cases disposed, 7,88,210 amount of fine. 2023-24, 3,642 raids, 724 cases registered, 414 persons arrested, 404 cases disposed, 6,30,800 amount of fine. 2024 to February 2025, 3,978 raids, 518 cases registered, 263 persons arrested, 259 cases disposed, 4,56,137 amount of fine. Sir, demand power in our departments is headed by the Commissioner of Excise and assisted by the Joint Commissioner of Excise, Deputy Commissioner of Excise, Assistant Commissioner of Excise, Superintendent of Excise, Deputy Superintendent of Excise, Inspectors of Excise, Assistant Inspectors of Excise, Head Excise Constables, and as well as ministerial staff. In the district, the Excise Department is headed by Deputy Commissioner of Excise, who is the administrative head of the district and assisted by either a Deputy Commissioner of Excise or Assistant Commissioner of Excise, and or Superintendent of Excise or Deputy Superintendent of Excise, Inspector of Excise, Assistant Inspectors of Excise, Head Excise Constables, and ministerial staff. At the sub-divisional level, the Excise Department is headed by the Sub-Divisional Officer, Civil, who is the administrative head of the Civil Sub-Division. He is assisted by Inspector of Excise, Assistant Inspectors of Excise, Head Excise Constables, Excise Constable and ministerial staff. The present sanction strength of the department comprises of Commissioner of Excise 1, Joint Commissioner of Excise 1, Deputy Commissioner of Excise 1, Assistant Commissioner of Excise 3, Chemical Examiner 1, Assistant Analyst 1, Superintendent of Excise 9, Deputy Superintendent of Excise 8, Inspector of Excise 43, Assistant Inspector of Excise 41, Head Excise Constable 30, Excise Constable 210, Office Superintendent 1, Upper Division Assistant 11, Lower Division Assistant 33, Typist 3, Stenographer 1, Driver 21, Grade 4 Staff 30, Dormitory 1, a total number of 450. Government have taken steps to streamline and strengthen the excise administration in the headquarters and its subordinate offices by posting the officers at appropriate levels to the different district and sub-divisional headquarters. Excise revenue, sir, measures have been taken to enable the department to streamline and rationalize the duty structure comprehensively, leading to additional revenue gains to the state. Besides excise duty, the revenue is collected in the form of license fee, excise duty, import pass fee, transport pass fee, export pass fee, fines from confiscation, extra. The revenue collected during the last 5 years, 2020-21, 375.38 crores, 2021-22, 307.99 crores, 2022-23, 365.16 crores, 2023-24, 458.19 crores, and 2024 till February 2025, 505.05 crores. These are the amount collected. With the emergence of many bottling units, breweries, distilleries, homemade wines licensed by the government in the state, the department is in the process of setting up its own laboratory with qualified technical personnel to test, check and analyze sample of liquor to ensure quality control throughout scientific analysis. Sir, as been mentioned by the Honorable Member, Shri Aden Basawmoit, regarding with the raid has been conducted recently. Yes, sir, it's true, there's a raid has been conducted recently, but it's a joint raid conducted by the neighboring state with the Excise Department. So, when it comes to that, sir, so the person involved in that will be penalized, sir, as per rules, and regarding the electricity, so MECL has filed a FIR against the illegal hooking of electricity, sir. That action has been taken. So the Excise Department, both as have been mentioned, is a combined rates between the neighboring states. The detailed report was submitted by SE Nongpo, and all item has been confiscated, sir. So these are the reports which we have received regarding with this raid which has been conducted recently. Yes, sir, no doubt, seeing all these conditions, that's why we try to come out with this with the IEMS system. This will monitor, sir, from end to end, so that there will be no such kind of thing will be practiced in our state. So we are trying, and I believe that within a matter of time, so we will come up with this system so that it will monitor from end to end, right from the bottling until the retail shop. This is the action has been taken by the department, so that this kind of practice will not be there, sir, in our state. Regarding with the outstanding, sir, as of now, there's no more outstanding because action has been taken and the excise duty has been collected in advance. So that is what we have done at present. So regarding with too many wine shop, sir, just to highlight the house, sir, that regarding with this, yes, no doubt. I remember the last time the leader of opposition here has been mentioned that there are too many wine shop has come out in the state. So at present, we try to come out with a system that we will try to figure it out. Wherever there is too many wine shop in one location, we will not list any more wine shop, and we'll try to find a way how, with a proper mechanism, that we can stop and not issue more license to one location, so that the existing wine shop, the owner especially, they will have a chance to earn. Because knowing that too many wine shops will not help them, and it will hamper their sale. So with this, as of now, we stop all the license, either the bonded warehouse and even the wine shop. As of now, it has been stopped for temporarily until and unless we come out with a new system and a new mechanism, so that we can help, and then we can come out with a new license. So that is my reply, sir. So if the honorable member is satisfied with my reply, sir, I would like to request to kindly withdraw the cut motion and pass this demand for grant. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before the mover of the cut motion shares his mind. Now, regarding revenue, I've been informed. I think the House has been informed. Now, the concern that I have flagged before this August House through this cut motion is the Minister has indicated that wherever there are wine stores which are considered as enough based on the business, but practically we know that our youth, in absence of any other means of business, they are looking this as an option without actually evaluating the market sustainability. Therefore, many of them will actually fail. They are providing license fee every year. So we have to protect their interests. Once you have given that much, keep it for some kind of moratorium for some time. Do some due diligence and look at how they are able to, whether they are able to survive, withstand the competition or not yet. This is one part. We must be honest in our attempt to promote entrepreneurship. And another one is the issue of involving MLS, the members of this August House, to determine the processing of permission for license. This was done for all these years. Only this government has done away with this. Now you have to give space for our people representing the sentiment of the community. Where will they go? They will go to the MLA. So MLA will appropriately articulate as true representative of the people. This is necessary to strike a balance. Officers will be always under pressure. We know. I asked some of the officers, why did you keep on giving this licensing, this recommendation? They said what to do. Phone comes from the headquarters. So what does it indicate? We all know. Let us not go into the details. We all know. Therefore, involve the MLS. MLS will know. Yeah, this is enough. There is a sentiment of the people of this particular area. We will articulate. You will be insulated. Otherwise, you will get pressure all the time. Issue this file. Clear this file. This is what is happening. I know for certain that minister, even though he doesn't want to clear, he's clearing. This is a fact. Let us not deviate from the reality. But therefore, my submission is that please involve the MLS. Let MLS be there, and MLS NOC must be considered indispensable before giving recommendation for setting up of establishment of new wine store. I want a categorical assurance from the minister in this regard.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in that regards, if it permits as per rules, we'll look into it. What was the practice previous government has been mentioned by the LO. So we'll look into it. If it was practice and if it is allowed, we'll try to find ways and means how to take care and then involve the MLAs. Thank you, sir.
No, it was practice. I am in this August House for 7th time now.
Yes, sir, I don't know. That's why I
Yeah,
said
that's why.
we'll look into it, sir.
So it is
if
an
was
assurance?
practice. If it is practice and if it is the
It
rules
has been
allow,
practiced, so
so
it is
we
an
will try
assurance.
to find
Thank
a
you.
way out, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, it will be very difficult for me to accept the clarification given by the Honorable Minister, especially when it comes to the action taken to those involved in that racket. Because the Minister simply says that it has been penalized according to the provision of the law. So I just want the Minister to give a more elaborate reply as to what action, the quantum of action. Since we were told that this is not the first time, maybe he's a habitual offender. So therefore the quantum of action taken by the government should be made clear in this August House, sir.
Sir, as have been mentioned, all the confiscated articles were seized, and the department, yes, sir, and the people, those who are involved in this illegal production of IMFL, and all involved will be booked as per law. So, I have mentioned, sir, they will book as per law.
So may I get a clarification from the Honorable Minister, whether they have been booked or they will be booked?
They have been booked, sir.
Okay, sir, I beg to withdraw this cut motion.
Thank you. Since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, let me put the question before the House. The question is that the grant number 8 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. I say it, I say it. And the motion is carried and the grant number 8 is passed. Now we come to grant number 9. Sri Abu Tahir Mandal, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum of not exceeding 38 crores 75 lakhs 99,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2040 taxes on sales, trade, etc.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motions against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that the grant number 9 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. I say it, I say it. And the motion is carried and grant number 9 is passed. Now we will come to grant number 10. Sri Sunabalangdar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 120 crores 64 lakh 30,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges, which will come in the course of payment in the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administrations of the head 2041 taxes on vehicles, 2070 other administrative services, 5053 capital outlay on civil aviations, 5055 capital outlay on road transport.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motions against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that the grant number 10 is to be passed. Those who are against, those who are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those who are against, say no. I say it, I say it. And the grant number 10 is passed. Now we come to grant number 11. Sri Abu Tahir Mandal, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding rupees 1,570 crore, 17 crore, 69 lakhs 46,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2045 other taxes and duties on commodities and services, 2501 special programs for rural development, 2801 power, 2810 new and renewable energy, 4801 capital outlay on power projects, 6801 loans for power projects.
Motion moved. Since there is one cut motion against the grant, tabled by Sri Arden Miller Bashimon, MLA, and Sri Bryce Tillwell Marbanyang, MLA. Any one of you can move.
Sir, I beg to move that the total provision of 1,517 crores, 69 lakhs 46,000 on the grant number 11 major heads 2801 power at page 106 to 126 of budget be reduced to rupees 1, that is the amount of the whole grant of rupees 1,517 crores, 69 lakhs 46,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1 to discuss the style and functioning of the power.
Motion moved. You may initiate a discussion now.
Sir, indeed, we were all happy to hear when the minister informed that there was no load shedding in the previous year, which leads to the uninterrupted power supply. So, sir, it surprises me to know that the MECL can manage to have no load shedding in the previous year. When I came to know that there was no power generation from the Omyam Dam. So the people who frequently use that road constantly see that the water level of Omyam Lake did not gone down for the entire year. And there was a constant level throughout the year. So, sir, the question here is that if MECL can distribute power sufficiently in the state, I don't know from where it gets power, when it chooses not to generate power from Omyam Lake. That is the first concern. Whether the MECL is purchasing power from outside, and if that is the case, why it chooses to purchase power and choose not to generate power from Omyam Lake. And if the MECL is sufficient with power generation from within the state and choose not to generate from Omyam Lake, then why it choose not to generate from Omyam Lake where that power can be sold? That power can be sold and benefit the power company. Another issue, sir, that I would like to raise is that when we are not facing load shedding and power generation is not taking place from Omyam Dam, the people will have to bear the brunt on the entire process where the MECL decides to raise the tariff on domestic consumers. So for the 3 consecutive months, we have to pay almost double the electricity bill. Those who used to pay 3,000, now they are paying 5,000. Those who are paying 4,000, they are now paying 6,000. So, sir, I would like to get a clarification on the part of the minister on this issue. And another issue that I would like to raise is the decision of the MECL to outsource jobs. So, we fail to understand why MECL choose to outsource job to a company. Why don't an MECL go for a regular recruitment? Because we know that if job is resourced to an outsider to a company, then it will affect our boys who will be employed through these companies, sir. So because I know that they will not be able to get the same remuneration as they may get under the payroll of the MECL. For parents to spend and to take loan to support the children for an engineering course, and ultimately to see that their children will be landed up getting 25,000, 30,000 as a remuneration, I think that is too bad, sir. So therefore, sir, we need to get a clarification why MECL decides to go for an outsourcing where it will have a direct bearing on the unemployed youths of the state, those who are supposed to get a salary of more than 18,000 a month. I'm sure they will not be able to get that same amount when jobs are outsourced to outsiders. So these are the few things that I would like to raise under this cut motion, and I would like to give others members also a chance to participate in this cut motion, sir. Thank you.
Any other member? Yes, Prester Well Marbayang.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the court motion raised together with the Aden Miller Basaimoy. I would like to point out certain concerns with regard to Power Department. In fact, the concern that I'm going to point out is the concern that repeatedly I've raised this before the Honorable Minister concerned. The first concern that I would like to raise is with regard to unelectrified localities. We are not talking about villages, but I'm talking specifically with my constituency. And I do believe that there are many localities and villages that are yet to be fully electrified within the state. Yes, there are certain localities within my constituency, especially in Maukanro and few adjoining areas, where for the past 5 to 10 years, the residents of this locality, they are yet to be electrified. And I have raised this concern, and I have met the minister in charge personally also, and I do believe that the minister will take a serious note with regard to this problem. And another point of concern that I would like to raise, where I've seen that this is not only in my constituency, in fact it's spread across the state, where these rusted electric pole, in fact in my constituency almost every day I receive a call from the resident within my constituency, where they air their grievances with regards to these rusted electric pole, which pose a serious threat to the life of the people and the passerby. So I request the Honorable Minister to kindly look into this matter. It is very serious. And another concern is with regards to unprotected transformers. In fact, one of the honorable member had raised this issue, and in fact, just a few days, it was there in the news where a cattle had been had faced the consequences of these transformers where there is no proper fencing. And let me remind this August House, in fact, there are many individuals who have lost their precious life in the past few years because of these unprotected transformers. And therefore, I request the Honorable Minister to kindly take serious note with regard to this matter. And finally, I would like to raise this issue before the Honorable Minister. In fact, in the month of June last year, there was an incident where late Bankrishan Kharmaushun, who is an employee of Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, who joined service on 27 April 2016, working in the field of operation and maintenance of HT and LT lines. Late Bankrishan Kharmaushun unfortunately died on duty while attending to complaints at Lumdingtree on the 4th of June 2024, leaving behind his dependent wife and 2 minor children aged 13 and 17 years old. That now after the demise of her husband, late Bankrishan Kharmaushun, who is the sole breadwinner of the family, his wife, Kong Shaburin Marwen, is facing financial problems, finding it hard to make ends meet, especially to look after her 2 dependent children, being herself dependent. And that since late Bankrishan Kharmaushun, who throughout his service have been faithfully and sincerely performing his duty diligently, even to the point of losing his life on the line of duty, and based on humanitarian ground, I felt that the corporations is also duty-bound to look after the welfare and well-being of his widowed wife and 2 minor children. Therefore, based on the above facts and circumstances, I hope that the minister concerned will go the extra mile to help accommodating Kong Shaburin Marwen in whatever capacity they can, so as to help her sustain herself and her 2 minor children. So with these few words, I will resume my seat.
Any other member? Yeah, Charles.
So I'd like to also participate in the cut motion tabled by Sri Ardent Milabasamoy on the functioning of the power department. So I had raised the issue which I'm going to raise now on many occasions, and I would like to again bring to the notice of the Honourable Minister a few factors that still has not been resolved. Although let me place on record, sir, that the MECL department under the leadership of the Honourable Minister, I normally don't like to praise or thank somebody, like you have mentioned in the last session, the other day, that whether you would like to say something not favorable against the Chief Minister for not giving any schemes to the constituency. But sir, that is a different subject. Here I would like to place on record that there has been a marked improvement and hard work put in by the department to ensure that there is no load shedding. But there's one issue, sir, that has not been solved, and that is for young entrepreneurs. The establishment or infrastructure which they set up requires a certain amount of kilowatts, which requires them to apply for a transformer. In the excess of your demand of 15 kilowatts, you are compelled, or that is the rule, that states that you have to write to the department through the area manager concerned, and he prepares an estimate after taking into consideration the place and the distance from the line which can provide the power, which is the 11 kV line, and a bill is given to you. By the time that you apply to the area manager until you get the estimate, there is a lapse of about 5 to 6 months. Now this is, I'm talking through experience. What I've heard from people, let us put that aside for now. The question is, why this delay? The manuals of the MECL or MEPDCL is very clear. They have all the rates of whatever is required, right from the poles to the insulators to the distributors to whatever you require is there. Yet it takes 5 to 6 months to get an estimate, sir. So that, I feel, should not be the case. Then, sir, after you get the estimate, you are required to deposit the amount which is stipulated in that estimate, which sometimes in cases runs to lakhs and lakhs of rupees. So that is done. After that, you will be lucky, sir, if you get the transformer installed within the calendar year. And this has happened. The question is, sir, after you pay for something, you expect it to be given to you the next day. But since it is a transformer and there are major lines to be pulled, electric poles to be installed, allow them the liberty of a month or two. But 6 to 8 months. Just the interest component on the money which you have deposited, which you have taken as a loan, will add to your losses. So this is another thing, sir. So why is the department so slow in doing all this? So if you go to any store or a vehicle dealership, you ask them to want to buy a car. Before you have mentioned what you want, they've already given you the estimate. That is how the department should work. That is how the officers should deal with the situation. But this lackadaisical attitude, because it's not my baby, I do not benefit, that has to be removed from the minds of the people who are involved in this case. This is my request. And I sincerely hope that the Honourable Minister, who is very capable of handling the department, will put an end to this, sir, and ensure that this doesn't happen. Number 3, sir, that is for transfer. Even providing house connections. Barely goes the time when the person who wants a connection will approach the local MLA or his legislator concerned to kindly put in a word so that he or she gets the house connection. Why should we be involved in this? That's not the MLA's job to write to the department to make sure that person X or Y gets the connection as soon as possible. They're paying for it. That also should be addressed immediately. They have to run from pillar to post, and then sometimes the officers are not present there. So these are the few things that improves the functioning of the department and endears the public to the department then. And lastly, sir, the congestion in the city, as we all know, is a topic we always discuss. And the PWD Roads Department is trying to broaden the roads, expand, in most cases, in the city. But when the road is expanded, the electric pole is right in the middle of the road. Now who will remove that? The PWD says it's the department's job. The department says it's the PWD's job. So these things are also a major obstacle. So you broaden the road, but no one benefits because there's a damn electric pole in the middle of the road. So these are the things which the department should kindly look into, and I would request the Honourable Minister to kindly address these issues so that we don't have to bring it up again in the House in the form of a cut motion or a motion or a question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also rise to support the cut motion, tabled jointly by Honourable Member from Nongkrem and honorable member from Meghalaya. In respect of grant number 11, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it's a very crucial sector. The minister in charge power has been with this whole exercise of troubleshooting, dealing with challenges, issues. He has come a long way, very conditioned and experienced. But despite the challenges are there. Now I would like to draw the attention of the minister in charge pertaining to one very serious issue. Now the serious issue is the tariff. As consumer, we all consume. You look at the tariff prior to 1st April 2024 and effective from 1st April 2024. Look at the difference. Look at the escalation. And also the usual approach adopted as a policy, as a matter of policy, to see that we have a little space to play by creating so-called the approach of adopting the cross-subsidization of the tariff for the domestic consumers, the common man, the poor people, and somehow shift this burden in a proportionate manner to the industries. This is how the whole tariff exercise is used and resorted to as a matter of policy. Now, that's the reason why we try to attract investment. That's a reason why we do require industrialization to an extent that is necessary to ensure that the momentum of growth is generated and at the same time sustained. But industries cannot be somehow considered as the blue-eyed boys of the power sector authorities and pass on the burden in respect of tariff to the common consumers, to the people, to the citizens. Now, how is the tariff calculated? The Electricity Act 2003 pertaining to the tariff petition by the concerned distribution company is self-explanatory. Now, all the overhead expenditure by all the separate entities are worked out. So generation companies, every per unit generation cost is calculated based on which the respective tariff of every unit generated by respective generation stations are finalized. So this is passed on. Somewhere you will have a low tariff, the hydroelectricity project which have been established long time ago. That is something which comes as a cushioning effect for making good to the electricity which is being generated by the new generation stations. Because the new generation stations will have the burden of repayment of interest on the borrowing that was required for the development of the project itself. So there is a mechanism which is incorporated in the whole system of fixing the tariff at different levels. Then the wheeling charge. Wheeling charge is also again governed by the law. So the distribution company will take into consideration all the charges, wheeling charges, and then every unit that is purchased from the generation companies, whether it is our own generation company or also from outside. The whole cumulative expenses. But on top of that, what is the other overhead? The overhead which is due to the mismanagement, inefficiency, and corruption. Now for a construction of a distribution company where we needed 100 crore, if you spend 150 crore, where will this money be? The investment, where is it going to come back? This is passed on to the tariff, to us, to the common man, to the unguarding, innocent consumers of the state who do not have the access to this information, this knowledge as to how tariff is determined. That means indirectly, I am paying more because of the inefficiency of this distribution company. Every household, every poor, every widow who has the electricity connection, they are paying. Is it the way to run this sector? That's why we say in the interest of the public, in the interest of the people. Because everybody is affected because of corruption, because of inefficiency, because of the manner in which the whole money which is being injected into this crucial sector is being misused. That is the reason why we have been asking and demanding for inquiry. Not to point a finger, but to create a deterrent so that the same thing doesn't become a modus operandi available before greedy people in authority. Temptation. We must insulate our people from temptation. How will we insulate? By deterrence. What are those deterrents that we are talking about? Through transparency, through regular monitoring, to taking into cognizance any information pertaining to irregularity. But this government has always been in the habit of adopting a mode called denial mode. Am I going to make my submission in this house for nothing? No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. It is because the way things are going on, it will become very difficult for our common man to pay the electricity charges. I checked up my electricity bill for my Nongri Mills residents. 18,000 rupees for 1 month. 18,000 rupees Dr. Mukul is paying. Last year how much? Compare. Sudden, escalation. I don't think everybody is looking at this angle. Why is this increasing? It is because of all the added burden of the expenditure, which is due to manipulation of the cost. You look at all these programs funded by EAPs. We are fortunate that we have the EAP, where substantial amount is coming as grant. But you look at the borrowing, subsequent other borrowings. Look at the burden of interest. I referred in my submission during the discussion on budget, though these were very efficiently avoided in course of reply. Look at the interest burden of these three entities. Our Meghalaya Power Generation Company, and then Power Transmission Company and Power Distribution Company, and with the holding company, MEECL. The interest burden has shown increase every year from 2021 onwards. The interest burden was around 150 crore. In 4 years, it doubled. Interest, I'm not talking about other things. Now, this interest burden has to be again looked at from the interest coverage ratio. It is not workable anymore in respect of distribution company. When financial, whole fiscal health is gone out of control, then it is not workable. That is how the whole auditing, accounting in respect of a corporate world is worked out. It is not workable anymore in respect of Meghalaya Power Distribution Company Limited. Therefore, it is necessary for the government to take serious interest in identifying the areas where the avoidable expenses which has added upon this extra cost on the implementation of the project should be done. Now, I'm not trying to point a finger to someone or anybody, but it is necessary because everybody is paying. It is not that government is getting loan, giving grants, so they spend as they like and then the burden is not passed on to us. No, it is passed on to us, the consumer. It is not passed on to even the government. Government is not going to pay the bill. We are going to pay the bill, the consumers. Therefore, there is a need to look at the whole approach to this. Somehow, Meghalaya State Electricity Regulatory Commission has its own job. They will fix the tariff based on the expenses, cumulative expenses, the overhead expenses, which are inclusive of the losses which are inclusive of the hidden costs which otherwise were not required in the manipulation in the process of implementation of program, thereby inflating the cost of expenses in the process of implementation. Therefore, every investment that has taken place in the state and the cost associated thereof must be put to auditing. Special auditing is required. Otherwise, this will become a precedent and MECL will in totality become a milking cow. It has become a milking cow. Look at all these other reports of the preceding years of the CAG, which is available before all of us. Self-explanatory. How much avoidable expenditure has been incurred due to due to deviation from the normal procedure of whole implementation. It is there. Last year's report, preceding year's report, it is there clearly before us. Not 1 rupee, 2 rupee, not 1 crore, 2 crore, 150 crore, close to 200 crore. And that is only tip of the iceberg. Look at Ganol Power Project. I will make a submission before this August House, before the Minister in charge. Ganol Project, before 2018, what was the physical progress of the project? I want to know. The House should know. What was the physical progress of Ganol hydroelectricity project in respect of physical progress with respective components thereof? Because, why I'm saying this? Because subsequently there was a sudden escalation, huge escalation. And when we wanted to know what was the reason of escalation, then the explanation which was discussed, deliberated in this August House in the preceding years, it is needed to be repeated now by me because the government seems to be willingly trying to hide the facts. In whose interest? In whose interest? Whom are we trying to protect and defend? Why? Now the explanation. I have run this power sector for quite substantial time. I have read the Electricity Act 2003, everything, not just once, number of times. Because it was during my time when we adopted the state power policy. And we started the whole unbundling of the then Meghalaya State Electricity Board. We were in transition, we were in difficult situation, and the minister in charge was also in charge of this power department at that point of time subsequent to the unbundling. So, therefore, the generation, we had a dedicated fund earmarked for this Ganol power project, hydroelectricity project. We ensured that the resources does not become a reason for delay in implementation. Dedicated fund was kept, almost like a deposit money. The whole money required for the completion of the project was completely tied, TIED, tied. It was already supported by a dedicated tied fund. Then 2018 sudden proposed escalation, the reason was that geological surprises. We use this word for Leska Mantudu project, geological surprises. Geological surprises can be always there because we don't know what is inside. We don't know what is inside. Only when project is taken up, then we will come to know what is inside. If we are lucky, if there is no geological surprises, then the expected cost which is projected in the initial stage of DPR will stand. But in the event of geological surprises, we are bound to have certain, based on that kind of geological surprises. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, why I'm referring to this is because the physical progress, the components of works completed were such that there was no more underground work left by the end of 2017-18. So where is these geological surprises? It is in the air? It is in the open air? So does it not require a serious measure to be taken by government to know and find out? Otherwise, it will amount to failure in protection of the interests of the people and interests of the state. Now, here are two things. One is the drainage of avoidable resources, avoidable prevention of drainage of resources. Preventable. Number two is that because of the cost factor which will be added upon to determine the tariff. That's why the tariff has gone. What is the tariff fixed by the State Electricity Regulatory Commission for Ganol project? I think the House should know. The House should know what is the tariff being charged by Meghalaya Electricity Generation Company in respect of the power which is being purchased by the Meghalaya Power Distribution Company, MEPDCL, from the Power Generation Company, Meghalaya Power Generation Company. The tariff. In respect of the tariff pertaining to the electricity being drawn from Ganol hydroelectricity project. This will give an indication to us, to common man, to know, oh, this is also, because of this tariff is added. Then, we have invested substantial amount of money for upgrading the transmission lines. Now, transmission company, never had the transmission company shown any loss. But suddenly, it has started showing loss. I want to know from the Minister in charge the cause of loss reflected in the accounts and financial statements of the Meghalaya Power Transmission Company. Then, the issue of the implementation of number of programs. As I made my submission, every cost, every overhead expenditure is going to be taken into consideration while submitting the tariff petition by the Power Distribution Company to the State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Therefore, every component, any new component of additional cost, which is the reason for increased tariff being proposed by the distribution company, must be examined by the government. We know that there is a clause before determining the tariff, the hearing. The hearing. Do people come and actually present or post their complaints? No. All people are innocent. They think that, okay, electricity, we need electricity. Even if it is costlier, doesn't matter. I want electricity. So, taking advantage of the innocence of our people, if this is what is going on. What is the role of Electricity Regulatory Commission also? Yes, they have to determine, they should know how to say no. Because of the inefficiency, if any proposed added cost is being incorporated and factored in the petition for revised tariff, the Commission has to indicate this is because of your sheer avoidable escalated expenditure. This is what used to be done before. That's why the power sector, though we incur loss because of the inefficiency, we did not pass on the burden to the consumers. But today, as though it is more like a, match fixing, everybody is willing and the conglomeration of the willing group. It is becoming like that. This is the perception. With no intent to point finger, but the perception matters. Perception matters. But at the same time, when the perception matters, only people who know are having this perception. What about the innocent consumers across the state? It is the responsibility of each member of this august house to protect the interests of the people of the state. Every single paisa that we are unnecessarily burdening, which can be avoided, if we don't prevent it, it is our failure. Failure which is beyond our capacity to prevent is something else, but this is something which we must collectively decide to prevent. That's why I'm flagging these issues. These are cumulative irregularities. It might not have happened now, but it has happened and it is happening. There's a continuity. There's a continuity and the law must prevail. Law must prevail. Take cognizance of all those areas of irregularities. Go for some inquiry. Let people be afraid of law. I have also referred to one particular serious issue in last session, but I did not get a reply on that. That was in my submission during the, I don't know whether it was a cut motion or a budget discussion, but I did refer about the power purchase and resale of the power. Look at the difference. How much was the unit of electricity purchased and what was the rate at which it was sold? How it is regulated. The whole power trading is regulated. How this is possible, I don't know. It is never possible because there is a regulatory mechanism. In fact, the whole Central Electricity Regulatory Commissioner has the power to regulate all those sell and the quantum of margin of profit to all the power traders. They cannot go beyond certain amount of power, margin of profit. But how these are happening? This is in view of the report which was made available before the August House by the auditing body. So is it not necessary, therefore, to go into details? How can we sell something if we buy something at 1 rupee 50 paisa? We cannot sell it at 1 rupee. I would urge the minister in charge to really look at all those areas of concern, because then it will have its ramification, positive ramification, a course correction for the future. Then we will at least prevent our people from being victim of this whole ever increasing uncontrolled tariff, the petition which they are submitting and the Regulatory Commission happily approving, and the burden is being passed on to the consumers. Then another part is the tariff, the bill, electricity bill which is being generated and being passed on to the consumers. Some friends from Rivoy talk to me. Sir, how is it that we didn't have electricity for a few months and we are still getting a bill generated? All the consumers. I am being specific about the district. In respect of the households who have the electricity connection but were not having electricity because of transformer damage and who were not actually getting power for almost few months. So bill generated during the time when electricity is not being provided to the consumers. Now, this gives us a reason to be analytical. How it can be? Every power injected, there is a auditing process. So what is the total power injected in respect of that particular district? How the bill can be generated against those households or villages who have the otherwise electricity connection, but during that time no electricity. Whether this power injected in the district is being diverted to somebody else, whose power bill our people, common men, are paying, is a matter of question. We have to find out. Idhar ka mal udhar. There is a possibility. We are in the era of technology. We have the smart meters. Therefore, the department has to take cognizance of this issue. Our people came like the cyber crime. No, meter. Your meter reading is this. Your meter can be tampered, hacked. That's the reason why there is an advisory from Government of India. Any meter which is a product of company affiliated to our neighboring country should not be used. Advisory is there. From what perspective? From security perspective. Can you imagine in this Middle East what happened? Even the pagers became bomb. Even the wireless walkie-talkies of the security agencies became a bomb. This is an era of technology. Now, whether this technology is being misused to victimize our people and make them pay for the power which is not being consumed, is it not necessary for us to investigate this? Is this power being transferred to some industry, some specific industries, or some other industry, not necessarily within the state? Because we show that, okay, we have bought a power from one particular generation company which may be outside Northeast. We may actually not sell it here. Maybe there is a hacking process in the whole, your dispatcher system, power dispatch centers. Anything can be hacked. Even when the earlier Twitter, X, they faced with the hacking, massive hacking. And we heard Elon Musk referring to it, that IP address showed that it originated from somewhere. You know, they attribute it to one nation which is in war. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we cannot take these things as something which is not necessarily necessary for us to take serious note of. We have to take serious note of this. Whether our people are being cheated by some vested interest, by some group of people. In this country, as also in other countries, we just saw recently how our youth who were almost like kidnapping and being taken to Myanmar were rescued and brought back. Cyber crimes. All kinds of criminal activities by abuse of knowledge and technology. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this power sector is one sector where a robust mechanism should be put in place. And all these issues must be taken as a lead point for us to be serious, to see, to analyze, okay, are we being targeted by somebody? Or are we becoming vulnerable? Yes, we are vulnerable. Is our vulnerability an issue to be taken cognizance of and addressed? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Minister in charge himself is also an engineer. So, from all this perspective, please take cognizance of every point. It is not a time when I can speak more, because we have many more items which are being taken up for discussion through this provision of the rules of procedure and conduct of business through cut motion. So I would like to wind up my submission here, but with full expectation that the government take note of these issues with utmost seriousness and commitment to resolve these issues and do correction. Please save our people from being victim of unnecessary, ever-increasing tariff due to inefficiency. And this efficiency must be corrected, and people who are resorting to manipulation to make these organizations, these entities, crucial entities, becoming a loser entities, must be taken to task as per the law of the land. So with these few words, I hope government will definitely look at these issues and do justice to the responsibility and the power which is vested upon them. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Yeah, Alvak Nongram.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I also rise to take part in this court motion brought by two honorable members, Bardhan Melabusaimat from Nongkrem and Babrait's Marbanyang from Molai, and joining together with other members who had participating. This is a very important subject. So I would like to point out two defective things which are happening in this prime department, that is power department. So I would like to highlight in this very august house that the department should kindly take note of it as one of the defects which I don't know whether it's happening only in my constituency or others also. As I would like to mention that there's no such timing like maybe a timeout. I mean a timer for switching on and switching off of street light street lighting everywhere in my constituency. So I don't know whether it is a fault of a person or official who are supposed to take charge of this, because it's happening. It was on regular timing for switching on, like up to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock evening. They are starting to switching on the street light, and even morning time till 10 o'clock, till 11 o'clock. I'm not joking. It's a fact that I would like to highlight in this August House. I don't know whether other constituency it's happening or not with the same problem. The second defective, which I would like to highlight, the whole stretch from JS Road, just nearby Assam Studio, up to Mudfront, up to Stanjeep. This had been a long pending issue for more than a year. It is not a duty as a representative, public representative, to complain every now and then. It is not also the duty of locality heads to do the same. But this is an absolute duty and responsibility from the department itself. More than a year. I want that this problem should solve immediately. And I'm there to offer these two. Whether if the department cannot identify or cannot bring a solution, they should identify the problem. If not, neither these two, they should be fixed responsible. Whoever responsible, be it in a high level or be it in a low level. And I want to see that this issue, it is not a want, it is a need of the hour. Lighting, water and air. This is an essential for each and every day of our life, each and every human being. As we are experiencing every now and then, many untoward incidents happening everywhere because there's no light. There are some areas which are left out unattended, totally darkness. Who will take responsible? Who will be fixed responsible? And I'm there to say, in this very august house, if this such thing happening, keep on continuing, happen day by day, as myself, as a responsible representative, it will compel me to drag them to the privilege committee. I want that this issue should resolve immediately and urgently. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will not take much of your time. So I express my thankful to you for giving me this opportunity to address few of the problem facing my constituency. Thank you so much, sir.
Any member? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity to take part in this court motion. But however, sir, I rise to oppose the court motion that was being brought by Arden and Professor Well Marbanil. But however, sir, I take this opportunity to address some of my concerns that I have in my constituency, especially, sir. And the concern number one, I would like to point out to the department, sir, especially through our Honorable Minister. It is with regard to the electrification of different locality in my constituency, sir. I have the same problem, which has already been mentioned by the Honorable MLA from Meghalaya, sir. I have this concern because even in my own village of Mukhap, sir, there's 2 localities which are yet to be electrified till now, sir. In my own village, sir, in Mukhap, there's 2 more localities which are yet to be electrified till now, sir. And apart from my village, there's so many villages in my constituency which comes and complain about different localities which are yet to be electrified. Recently, I've just raised, sir, with regard to Mukro village. We all remember Mukro and that November 2022 incident where 5 persons lost their souls, sir. And in those very place where that incident happened, sir, in that particular locality also, they are yet to get electric connection till now, sir. So, sir, apart from Mukhap and Mukro, there are so many villages in my constituency which are yet to be electrified. So, I would like to urge upon the government, upon the department, sir, through you, to our honourable minister, to kindly look into the matter, sir, to look and to make sure that all the different locality, not only in my constituency, I know this will be the problem that are facing throughout the state, sir. So I want this problem to be addressed to, sir. And number 2, sir, I have the same point just as has already been mentioned by Maulai, Honorable MLA from Maulai, that is the problem with the electric poles. So even in my constituency also, sir, I've received so many complaints, time and again, sir, that different locality are complaining to me that the electric poles which were there in the locality have been rusted. So, sir, I would like to urge upon our honourable minister to kindly look into this matter, especially, sir, because it is very dangerous. What if the electric poles falls down, sir? And then what if someone died? Who will take the responsibility, sir? And it is not that I just keep quiet. I complain to the department time and again, sir, but action is yet to be taken, sir. For instance, just nearby my house, there's one electric pole, sir, which was totally damaged, sir. It has been rusted. And the only thing that is holding these electric poles, because the wire is spreading in 4 directions.
Please be brief. Because
I'm brief, sir. I'm very brief, sir. And also, sir, another point I would like to urge upon our honourable minister, sir, to kindly look upon Madan Pokse village. There's one village by the name Madan Pokse. It has a population of around 500 to 600. The total number of households around 70 to 80 households. For the past many years, they've already got the electric connection, sir. But it is sad to know during the last 1 year, their electric connection has been cut off, sir, for reason unknown. So I would like to urge upon our honourable minister to kindly look into the matter. And also, sir, with regard to one special request that I would like to urge upon our honourable minister, sir, with regard to Moluber village. Moluber village is just adjoining to Siar, sir. The only border that separates Siar and Moluber is just one small river. In Siar, there's already electric connectivity. But whereas in Moluber, till now, they are yet to be electrified, sir. So I would like to urge upon our honourable minister to kindly look into the matter. If possible, sir, to kindly give electric connection to Moluber village. And also, sir, with regard to the problem of the lightmen and meter readers, sir. In my constituency, I've seen one locality which falls under Shilia Mentang area, on the subdivision of which falls under Umulong subdivision, sir. There's one lightman to cover for not less than 20 villages, sir. One lightman to cover for 20 number of villages. So for this very issue, they came time and again to the department. They approached the government to sanction to appoint another lightman in that particular locality, sir. So this point also, sir, I would like to urge upon our honourable minister to kindly look into the matter. So with this very few submission, I would like to thank you for giving this opportunity. I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you can take the floor, but please be brief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to take part in this motion. raised by honorable members from Nongkrem, Maraden, and Basaimod, and from Maulai Babrai Stil Marmanyak. So just some issues regarding the power department concern. As stated by my colleague here from Mokayo, see, we understand there's a government order pertaining to the appointments of linemen from the government. But at the same time, we know that electricity being an essential commodity, maybe my request to the government and minister in charge, if we can get exemption, because when you look at particularly in Sora and Shela, we discussed earlier being the highest, one of the highest footfalls in tourism. Now in a few months' time, monsoon is going to start. And the problem we have with that particular subdivision is there are very few linemen. And we look at the terrain of Sora and Shela particularly, it's difficult for each and every lineman to cover, especially in the monsoon season. So my request, if maybe the department concerned can move towards the government and make some changes so that we can appoint more linemen to tackle the situations, especially in the monsoon season. And one more thing, sir, I think last year I've met our Honourable Minister. We have discussed that the need of having electricity, especially in the border areas of Shela. We understand there's an RDSS scheme which is going on right now, but there's some villages which have been left out. And if I recall, we've met with the Honourable Minister and we've discussed especially the villages in the borders. And yesterday I stated that the current situation in Bangladesh, and if the villages near the fencing are not electrified, that pose a great threat for national security and other antisocial elements which usually occurs, especially in the border areas. So, and one more thing, sir, few issues which our members have stated regarding electricity bills. It is, as how it has happened for many years, people, they don't get the bills in time, but after a few months, the bills keeps adding up. I don't know for whatever reason. I know some people who stay in Shillong, they hardly stay in the village back, but when they go back after a few months, the bill comes up to 10, 15, 20,000. So this is one of the issues I think the government can take into account and consider this matter. So with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in the cut motion moved by Honorable MLA Nongkrem. So, I'll be very, very specific with my submissions. Sir, I would like to draw the kind attention of the Honorable Minister in charge towards one concern, which is outsourcing the electrical services to one particular company in some parts of our state. This company is looking after the electrical services in my constituency as well as in the Honorable Power Minister's constituency, which is known as FEDCO. This FEDCO has employed many youths, local youths, for the better service providing. But it is known, it has come to my knowledge that the government is going to discontinue the outsourcing contract with the FEDCO. So my concern is, what will happen to those youths who are employed in the FEDCO if it is discontinued suddenly? So my humble request is that whether those youths who are employed in FEDCO can be absorbed in the power department itself, as we are facing manpower problems in the power department. And the another concern which I would like to raise, taking this opportunity in this August House, the same thing which the Honorable MLA from Molai raised, the rusted electric poles in my constituency. On Monday only, some people from my constituency, seeing me raising, speaking here in this August House, they sent me a message, sir, can you raise this issue, which is very important. Around 34 or 35 electric poles are rusted in our village, which is in Kambarigri. So, may I request the Honorable Minister in charge power to look into this matter with seriousness. And the one thing which I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister in charge power is that replacing the damaged transformers is like a menace these days. While when the transformers are damaged, when the people approach the departments, they are being told to pay the outstanding bills, to clear the outstanding bills. If they don't pay the outstanding bills, they are not being provided with the replacement of the transformers. But in those villages, there may be some people who are already paying the bills. But in the same time, when the transformer is damaged and they are being asked to pay the outstanding bills, those people who have been paying the bills regularly, they are also suffering at the same time. So these are the few submissions which I would like to raise in this August House for the people in my constituency. With this submission, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Yes, Renington Tunkar.
To take the privilege to participate in this commission, even though I don't support the commission. But sir, I'm concerned about I tried to raise my question during the question hour, but I could not get the time to express. I'm concerned about the compensation that the department is paying to those unfortunate incidents of electrocution, which is happening everywhere, even though we do not want to happen, but it's happening everywhere. And there was a case in my constituency also, which I told that there was a little girl, who had lost both of her hands permanently. So in such cases, the reply from the minister is that the amount of compensation is too less, and it's a negligible amount, in fact, to pay at one time for those people who become permanently disabled for the whole life, and with that compensation. So I want to request the department if they can review of the compensation that it's to be paid to this unfortunate incident that's happening everywhere. That is my point of concern, sir, for which I want to bring out here. And another point, sir, which I want to bring here is that about the service that the distribution is given to people. Yes, they have tried their best, and we appreciate for the effort that the distribution has given electricity to people of Meghalaya. But sir, I think we can still do better. I don't know whether it's possible. Let the department examine whether we can improve this to get the connection at the earliest by allowing the consumers who are supposed to pay for the poles or for the transformers, if we allow the consumer to procure from the recognized, from the authorized distributors, so that to speed up the service. Because we know that the formalities, if the department has to supply, they will have to procure and do formal official orders, which will take time. So I don't know whether it's possible. Let the department examine whether it's that possible to allow the consumers to procure at their own from the authorized dealer, from the authorized distributor, to procure the poles, the electric pole, or to procure the transformer for their requirement, for their own requirement. Because it's the fact, sir, that it takes lots of time to get the connection even after the consumer paid of that estimated amount. So this is my concern for. I just want to flag these 2 points to the department. Thank you, sir.
Anyone? If there is no more participant, may I request Minister in charge to make a reply, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very beginning, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the mover of the cart motion, Ba Arden Basamot, the Honorable Member from Nongkrem. I also like to put on records my thanks to Ba Bright Starwell Marbanyang, the Honorable Member from Maulai, our senior member of the House, Ba Charles Pengrove, Honorable Member from Nongtumai, our Leader of Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma, representing Songsak constituency, Ba Arden Adalbert Nongrum, Honorable Member from Shillong North, Ma Nojurki Shungo, Honorable Member from Mukayo, Ba Balajit Shinrem, Honorable Member from Shela, Rupa Marag, Honorable Member from Dadingri, Ba Reniktong Tongkar, Honorable Member from Maukorat. Sir, this discussion has even given me a lot of opportunity to know the drawbacks that the department is facing. And I would also like to put on record that all the points raised by the honorable members have been noted, and we will do our deliberation to see that these points are looked into. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I go in details, clarifying the problems raised by the honorable members, let me have an opportunity to give a brief note as per the Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited is concerned. As rightly said by our honorable leader of opposition, that in the year 2010, on 31st March, the government of Meghalaya has notified the Meghalaya Power Sector Reforms Transfer Scheme 2010, thereby giving effect to the transfer of assets, properties, rights, liabilities, obligation, proceedings and personnel of erstwhile MECB to namely the Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited, the holding company, the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, the MEPDCL, the distribution utility or the DISCOM, the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, the distribution utility, the Meghalaya the distribution utility or DISCOM, the Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited, MEPGCL, the generation utility or GENCO, and the Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited, MEPTCL, the transmission utility or TRANSCO. These have commenced commercial operation as independent entities from the 1st April 2013 onwards. The MECL and its subsidiaries at present has a total strength of 2,642 regular employees and 1,984 contractual employees. Sir, the estate is steadily progressing in power sector in the last 5 decades for the estate. While the first power station was set up in the pre-independence era at Sonapani, the Umtru power station with 4 units of total capacity of 11.2 megawatt was commissioned in 1957. The Umiam Umtru Stage 1 power station and Umiam Umtru Stage 2 power station were commissioned in the year 1965 and 1970 respectively. The Stage 3 power station at Kirdemkulai and Stage 4 power station at Nongkilam were commissioned in the year 1979 and 1972 respectively. The Minthudu-Lishka hydroelectric project was put into commercial operation on the 1st April in 2012 with commissioning of the 2 units of capacity 42 megawatt each. The 3rd unit of Minthudu-Lishka hydroelectric project was commercially commissioned on 1st April 2013. The 40 megawatt new Umtru hydropower station was commissioned on 4 January 2018. The Lakro mini hydro project of 1.5 megawatt was commissioned on 1st March 2019. The Ganol small hydro project of 22.5 megawatt has been successfully running for more than 1 year now, having commissioned on the 1st August 2023. This has raised the total installed capacity as per the state of Meghalaya is concerned is 367.5 megawatt. The annual power generation of MEPGCL has increased almost 5 times from 176.06 million units in 1975-76 to 899.65 million units during the year 2023-24. And with the commissioning of the Ganol hydro power project, the favorable monsoon this year, the state is expected to generate around 1,200 million units for the financial year 2024-25. In respect of the transmission network, in 1975, there were only 232 kV grid substation, namely Maulai and Kilariat, with a capacity of 13.5 MVA, and the 132 kV line of 87.87 circuit kilometer. Today, the transmission network comprises of one 400 by 220 kV gas insulated switchgear substation with a capacity of 630 MVA, 3 numbers of 220 by 132 kV substation with a capacity of 1160 MVA, 18 numbers of 132 by 33 kV substation with capacity of 845 MVA, total line length of 1624.33 circuit kilometer of 400 kV, 220 kV and 132 kV transmission lines with a total transformation capacity of 2,635 MVA. Sir, while the generation and transmission utilities look after the power availability in the state, the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, which is mandated with the distribution of power to the end users and consumers, MEPDCL is the only licensee mandated for distribution of power to consumers within Meghalaya. It is responsible for distribution of electricity in the state of Meghalaya with growing energy demands. Ensuring a reliable and efficient power distribution network is essential. Infrastructure strengthening of MEPDCL is a vital step to enhance the quality of power supply, reduce losses, and cater the increasing needs of both urban and rural areas. During the period from 1975 to 1982, the distribution network comprised 26 numbers of 33 by 11 kV substation with capacity of 48.25 MVA, 791 numbers of distribution substation of 689.85 circuit kilometer of 33 kV lines and 1,688 circuit kilometer of LAN kV lines. As on 31st March 2024, the distribution network comprises of 127 numbers of 33 by 11 kV substation with a capacity of 450.46 MVA, 14,274 numbers of distribution transformer substations, 2,794 circuit kilometer of 33 kV lines, and 19,769 circuit kilometer of 11 kV lines, and 37,563 circuit kilometer of LT lines in the state. Over the year, expansion of distribution lines to connect unelectrified areas, ensuring universal access to electricity. Many areas of Meghalaya, particularly rural regions, which have experienced poor infrastructure and lack of last mile connectivity for power supply, have been extended, upgraded, replaced for ensuring sustainable and stable power supply is highlighted in a brief as I am going to mention, sir. The LT line's length has grown by almost 51%, and number of distribution transformer has grown by almost 23% in the last 5 years. This infrastructure has been built up to provide new service connections to the consumers and power supply for the last mile connectivity. In spite of the fact that line length of LT lines has increased substantially, MEPDCL has been able to keep the distribution losses under control by enhancing operational efficiency. The number of consumers at LT level has increased by 33%, and number of ST consumers has increased by 49% in the last 5 years. The connected load for the LT level consumers has increased to 68.82%, and ST level consumer has increased 30.9%. With just only 7,377 consumers in the whole state during the year 1975-76, the total number of consumers as on 31st March 2024 has touched the figure of 6,90,596 numbers. Continued focus on infrastructure development, technological upgrades, and efficient management will further strengthen MEPDL's capacity to meet growing energy needs of the state, paving way for sustainable economic development in Meghalaya. Keeping this objective in mind, MEPDCL have commissioned 12 numbers of 33 by 11 kV substation in last 2 years, and 36 more will be completed and commissioned in near future. Sir, the government of Meghalaya has already notified the Meghalaya Power Policy 2024. The policy focuses on holistic development of the power sector in the state. It lays down the foundation of the development of hydro sector, the pump hydro storage sector, wind energy, solar energy, and mass needed development of thermal power project in the state to cater the state-based load demand of the state. The policy paves path for investment in power sector across all the verticals of the power sector, that is generation, transmission, and distribution. The power policy has been structured in such a way that along with the development of power sector in the state, it takes care of contribution towards the NDC and achieving the carbon neutrality.
It is 2 o'clock. In exercise of the Rule 11, Parat 2 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I extend the sitting of this House till this demand number 11 is disposed of. You may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Sir, the MEPDCL provides power supply to consumers by purchasing power through long-term and short-term basis. On a long-term basis, power is procured from MEPDCL and the central generating stations. On the short-term basis, the power is procured through Indian Power Exchange bilateral arrangement and swapping. The entire generation capacity of 367.5 megawatt of MEPDCL is hydro-based. The state power scenario is characterized by surplus power with comparatively low demand during the monsoon, that is from the month of May to October, and deficit power with high demand during the dry season, that is from the month of November to April. The sources of power MEPDCLs are central generating units, namely the NEPCO, NSPC, OTPC, NTPC, and MEPDCL is having a long-term, where the MEPDCL is having long-term access arrangement. MEPCL, the generating station, our own utility. Other utilities, power exchanges, under short-term access, where power is imported through power trading mechanism in the formal bilateral purchase or power swapping. Sir, I would like to highlight some of the achievement of power trade since 2023. From April 2023 to March 2024, the power sale through power exchange was increased to 118 crore, that is for 126 million units, as compared to 55.27 crore during the April 2022 to March 23. The average sale cost has also improved to rupees 9.33 per unit from rupees 4.76 per unit. This has improved. I'll be coming to other things later on, sir. From April to February 2024, MEPDCL has been able to sell about 7,443 million units of power, totaling around rupees 523.59 crore at an average rate of rupees 7.1 per unit. This has been possible due to better management of power and taking advantage of the various trading platforms available in the market. It may also be anticipated that from the winter 2023 till date, no load shedding has been resorted in the state, except on emergency situations and fault in lines due to inclement weather condition. Sir, regarding the energy audit, in compliance with the guidelines of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, New Delhi, an energy accounting report at division level has been published quarterly for assessment of data transparency. At present, energy audit report up to financial year 2023-24 has been completed and the same has been submitted to BEE and other related agencies. A monthly target-based commercial review meeting is being regularly held to address the issues relating to billing and connection, and several corrective actions have been taken. All these issues have been raised. If it is flagged to different platforms through the grievance redressal transform, they are looked into, sir. I'll be coming back later on also. Sir, the impact of such efforts can be seen in the improvement of quantifiable parameters in the last 5 years as under. The distribution losses have been reduced from 26.4% to 18.88%. It has further come down, sir, to 17%. The billing efficiency has been improved from 73.6% to 81.12%. The collection efficiency has been increased from 91% to 103%, which indicated that the corporation is able to recover outstanding amount during this period. That's why it is more than 100%. Overall AT&C losses have been reduced from 33 0.10% to 16.2%. This is audited record during this period. The gap between average cost of supply and average revenue requirement has been reduced to rupees, or rather 90 paisa per kilowatt hour. So the difference between the average cost of supply and average cost of revenue requirement has been substantially reduced. Average hours of supply has been improved from 21.80 hours in 2022-23 to 22.21 hours in financial year 2023-24 in rural areas, and 23.04 hours in 2022-23 to 23.14 hours in 2023-24. In financial year 2024-25, this has been further improved to 22.55 hours in rural areas and 23.21 in urban areas as up to August 2024. For the last 2 years, the month-wise billing has improved from 78% to almost 91%. The billing as per the meter reading has improved for the last 2 years from 71% to almost 90%. Sir, this is not that what we want. We want some more improvement in the entire section, and the department and all the utilities under MECL, they are working, they are level based to see that all these factors are improved in the coming years. Sir, one thing that is the outstanding dues which we are yet to recover, though we have seen that the collection efficiency has gone beyond 100%, we are giving much more emphasis to get those outstanding bills. One of the factors affecting the commercial performance is the outstanding dues to consumers. The cumulative dues are to the tune of 658.92 crores. I have all breakup, but I don't want to go all details. Sir, one of the pertinent points raised by many honorable members regarding the connectivity in unelectrified villages. The primary goal of household electrification in unelectrified habitations is to provide reliable and affordable electricity to all households, particularly in remote and rural areas that have previously been lacked access to electricity. The MEPDCL has submitted DPR to Ministry of Power for the electrification of additional households under RDSS on 22/12/2023, amounting to rupees 489.35 crore, comprising of 50,984 unelectrified households in 2,239 numbers of habitation. REC has sanctioned additional household electrification works for an unelectrified habitations under RDSS amounting to 429.26 crore, comprising of 50,500 numbers of household covering in 1,939 habitation. Sir, we will be trying our level best to see that all unconnected villages are given electricity. There are some villages which are classified as de-electrified villages. That means at one point of time electricity was given, but for some reasons like no consumer came forward for connection, or the line got damaged, these villages are not having at present any electricity. So these villages are also classified as de-electrified villages. We are taking care of all the villages. Whatever point raised by Ba Balajit and Ba Nujurki Shungo. Sir, I have discussed with them personally. There are some problems. That village he mentioned beyond the river is also falling under area of dispute, to taking the electric pole will be little bit difficult, though he volunteered that you give me the electric poles and I will myself connect to those villages. That will go beyond our scope of work. But nevertheless, we may take these villages, as Balajit also, he came to me and told that there are some villages which are beyond the fencing also. Am I right? I think inside the fencing, but very near to the border, where we are not able to track the electric connectivity. Under this RDSS scheme, we will try to see that all unelectrified villages, including the de-electrified villages, are connected, and wherever we will be not able to do it because of many reasons, because of terrain, because of the forest clearance and all these things, we will try to connect through CM Solar Mission. Please come forward. We will try to see that these villages are given little bit priority so that we can go for connection in those villages. As I mentioned earlier also, there is grievances redressal form. Yes, there are many instances where the transformer is damaged, but the bill is generated and given to the consumers. There are instances also where even electricity is not provided, but bill has been generated. Sir, we have taken all these issues and written to all the subdivisional officers that wherever we are not supplying any electricity, bill should not be generated. And there is an order on that. And if any such issues are there, we are ready to rectify those issues, sir. Regarding a unified billing system, to increase the efficiency in billing and collection, a unified billing system has been introduced by MEPDCL. It has an inbuilt feature equipped with facility for the stream consumers to pay the electricity bills through Mega Power app, and at the same time air their grievances through the same mobile application. During the last 1 year, consumers have lost 2,080 complaints through the Mega Power app, and 1,973 has been resolved and intimated to the consumers through the application. Some of the complaints received through the applications are wrong billing. Meter burnt, payment issues, power supply interruptions. At present, the percentage of online transaction with respect to the total number of transactions in the range of 40%, which translates that many consumers are making the payment through online in terms of amount collected through the online payment. It is in the range of almost. Many came forward and given some suggestions that why not some other mode like through Paytm, GPay or PhonePe. Sir, we are working on it. If it is possible, we will be definitely trying to even implement those things also. Sir, DT failure, of course, it is a very important issue, and many of the honorable members have come to me and lodged complaint regarding the delay in DT failure. This we are looking into the real perspective to see that the DT failure is DT failure we cannot minimize because the failure is because of overheating, because of unauthorized connection, because of natural calamity like cyclone, storm, lightning and all these things. But what we are doing, that how quickly we can replace the transformer. In this respect, we are investing around 1.5 crore to upgrade our workshops. This is expected to result in the increase of transformer repair capacity, which is at present at around 480 numbers per year. We will be enhancing that one to 860 DT per year. This will minimize all those long wait for DT failure. Sir, there are certain good things also happen to MEPDCL. I am happy to inform that recently the state government has received 2 awards as a recognition of its efforts to improve its performance. One of the award was given by the Honorable President of India, and the other award was given by the Honorable Vice President of India. The integrated rating evaluates DISCOMs across India based on the multiple operations and financial parameters, offering a holistic view of their performance. MEPDCL's rating has been upgraded from D category in financial year 2023 to C category in financial year 2024, signifying steady progress towards financial stability and operational efficiency. Additionally, the utility has climbed up 10 positions in the national rankings, improving from 52nd place in financial year 2023 to 42nd place in financial year 2024. One of the most significant achievement in financial year 2024 has been the improvement in collection efficiency, which has increased 97.91 in financial year 2023, and as I mentioned that it has gone to 103%. MEPDCL has been awarded with the prestigious Energy Conservation Award in Group 4 category for 2 consecutive years. Sir, we are working on this to see that our efficiency increases. It is not only that we are getting some awards, but it also reflects that we are working very diligently to see that the consumers who are the end beneficiaries get the benefits. Sir, now I'll come to the points raised by Honorable Member. Arden has raised that no generation from Umiam Lake, because everybody who commutes across the Umiam Bridge, they see that water is still full. Some have called me also that because of the repair this water is there, but which is not, sir. Actually, we are trying to see that our power portfolio is managed very efficiently. And on that basis, this has been done. Another factor is that this factor was there for quite long term. This is regarding the NTPC power. Actually, we were having dues with NTPC almost 488 crore, which was neutralized little bit by taking an Atmanirbhar loan and repaying around 244 crore. This 244 crore outstanding dues with time has gone to 664 crore as on 31st March 2023. And we have discussed in the department, and we discussed with Honorable Chief Minister also, that if at this rate these dues are going, then in no time it will cross 1,000 crores, then it will be beyond our scope to repay the loan. So Honorable Chief Minister has taken pain to negotiate. Of course, I was also there with the Honorable then Power Minister in Delhi, Union Power Minister, and they agreed to give us a rebate of around 99 crores. The remaining 565 crore, we agreed to, they asked us to pay in 20 installment each. And after that, we have requested them, and they agreed for 36 installment. So it is coming around 15.7 crore per month. And if you continue this, by next 26-27, we'll neutralize all the dues of NTPC. This is a good thing that is happening in the department. I would like to tell the August House, sir, that as far other utilities are concerned, like NEPCO, like Power Grid, like NTPC, NSPC, NTPC is this, like NSPC and OTPC, we are not having any current energy dues. Dues are cleared every month. Now in this thing, what happened? Originally, that figure is not with me. Originally, this 88.5 0.35 megawatt of power, which we were supposed to draw from NTPC Bongaigaon, were given to Tamil Nadu, around 53 megawatt, and 35.35 megawatt to Uttarakhand. So that has created a lot of problem for us, because there was not that required mix of hydel and thermal power, which should have been 60% of thermal power and 40% on hydel power. Sir, in one way we boast everywhere that Meghalaya maybe is the only state in the northeast, those who are not having any other source of power than the pure, clean and green energy. Our entire generation of 367.5 megawatt is coming from hydel power projects. Maybe other states also having the same capacity. So this has created a lot of deficiency as per our power availability in the state. Now what we have decided to take back that 35.35 megawatt of Bongaigaon power from the state of Uttarakhand and 53 megawatt of power from Tamil Nadu. These 88.35 megawatt of power which has come into our grid has helped us to mitigate the power scenario in the state. That's why we are not generating from the Umiam Dam, because of 2-3 reasons. One reason is that we have assured that there will be no power shutdown during the examination period. We never know, because all generating units are the electromagnetic units. There may be any fault and one unit is down. Say for example, Leshka 42 megawatt will be completely stopped. So on emergency basis, as we are available, having the availability, as we need not buy energy at the juncture, we thought that let it be as an emergency. That is number one. Number two is that we are generating, sir. We see the market, how it goes, and on that basis, when the peak demand is very high and rate is very high, we generate and sell transparently through the Indian energy exchanges. And that's how we have earned around more than 500 crores in this financial year till these days. That's why whenever is required, then only we generate from Umiam for the time being. It is not that we are not generating. Rain is still skipping us, sir. I thought today it will rain because some sound I have heard. So this is the region because of which you are seeing the water in Umiam Dam. The second issue is tariff. Sir, tariff is completely dependent on the regulatory commission. Of course, we apply. All this infra is not included while defining or determining the tariff. So, even as per Ganol also, there might have been escalation in Ganol project due to unavoidable reasons or circumstances, as mentioned by Honorable Leader of Opposition, that due to geological surprises and all these things. I am not having all the details with me, sir. If needed, I can place on the table of the House. The tariff, we are only petitioning whichever is coming in the operational period. And there is also issues that our people were given more burden as per increase of tariff is there. No, sir, this year's tariff, I think, only 4% has increased. And if we compare with other states, our tariff is still very low. Yes, sir, I am having some here. Say Meghalaya fixed charge is 90 rupees, whereas Manipur, of course, having 65 rupees, Assam 70 rupees, Tripura 58 rupees. This is the fixtures. But as per the energy charges, we are 5 rupees 77 paisa. Manipur is 5 rupees 93 paisa. Then Assam is 8 rupees 30 paisa. And Tripura is 7 rupees 80 paisa. So base rate is still we are much lower than many northeastern states. Of course, other states are there. I am not mentioning those because those are not relevant. Regarding the outsourcing of jobs, sir, we have the requirement of huge staff. And like salary and all this thing, we are employing our engineers and at a rate of 17,500 per month. We are employing our junior engineers at the rate of 50,500 rupees per month. Of course, when we go for contractual basis, rates are comparatively lower. But as we are going for many intervention, improving, there are lots of substation we will be commissioning very soon, sir. And in the cabinet also, I have raised this issue that we need many manpowers. But as we need these manpowers very urgently, we thought that outsourcing will be the best way to mitigate the situation of shortage of manpower. All the members are complaining that one lineman is looking after 40 villages, 45 villages. Those are actually issues. I have gone to many substations, those who are ready, but for the need of manpowers, we are not able to commission those things. So this matter will take up, sir. And one thing I would assure that all the outsourcing, the preference and priority, and they compulsorily will tell the agency that they should be local boys. And one thing I would like to tell also, I tell our honorable members also who come with these issues. Say, for example, a person who is mending a substation. We prefer that the person who will be employed, if they are a qualified man or technicians, we will take from that village only. Because if somebody is from Shillong, somebody have already told that they go from Shillong there. So many times they are not available at the substation. That causes a lot of problem for us. So we told MEPDCL and all other utilities that take the people who belongs to the local area, so that whenever he is on leave also, on the emergency, he can immediately come and take out the issues. Bright Star, Marbaning has raised the unelectrified localities in his area. He came with some groups also, met me. The problem is that as those areas are fast growing, and the load on Maulai substation is so much that these years are, we personally, myself, I did not take any holiday apprehending that something will happen Maulai substation. Because Maulai substation is such an important substation which cater almost 60% of the Shillong locality. And that area also increasing. That's why we are having many substation coming up to decongest the power in Maulai substation. We are augmenting, as I mentioned yesterday, that very soon we will be floating the tender for upgradation of Maulai substation from 3 into 20 MVA to 3 into 50 MVA substation. And not only that, we are going to even upgrade the Nehu substation. And the new substation at Sheishej, which will have 2 into 50 MVA of 132 kVA and 2 into 160 MVA for 220 lines. And also, because those areas are coming up, including Maukano, the New Shillong Township, we are aware that there will be sudden rise of power in those areas. That's why we are coming out with a 132 by 33 kV substation at Maukano, having 2 transformers of 2 into 50 MVA. So these are not far away, but moreover, as I assured last time also, I am assuring this time also, When the RDSS is implemented in those localities, we'll take care that all the households which are there in Maule regions will be provided electricity connection. That will be there. But load factor is an important thing. Rusted electric pole, we will be changing around almost 1 lakh poles through our RDSS and other intervention like ADB and all these things. So there also we will see. This is a fact, sir. In many areas, even in my areas also, many poles have been rusted and there is no timely replacement. That's why all these things we have taken care as per the RDSS is concerned. Once this will be taken care of, this RDSS will be implemented, I think all these problems will be taken care of, including the DTs, the distribution transformer, which are unfenced or unguarded, where a cattle has died. That is also a matter of concern. We insist that that all unguarded transformers should be either raised to the height so that nobody can touch, or if not possible, that proper fencing should be there. But we are taking care of that part also in RDSS. Regarding the sad demise of Barkinshan Karl Mauschwitz, sir, I don't know the details. If you can provide, we will try to see. Because in many cases, we have employed people from the family. If they are eligible, we will see to it. Our senior member from Nongtomai has raised that 4 entrepreneurs who have applied for connection, they did not get the connection immediately. It's a matter of fact. In some places it is happening. It is not that everywhere it happens. But nevertheless, sir, we will try to, I personally will review this matter after the session is over, and to see that some time frame is given within which these transformers or connection which will be provided. Even yesterday we were discussing even the cost of giving the connection, whether there is any scope to remove those costs or not. And our esteemed consumers, including in my constituency also, sir, they find MLS are the right person to approach, who will call and immediately that. Sir, sometimes we feel proud also to address, if we can address the problem faced by the city. And congestion in the city because of the poles in the middle of the road and all these things. I will have a talk with the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, PWD. Sir, many times what happens when PWD does the widening, they do not take consideration that these poles will have to be shifted. That is, the issue is there. I will take this one and will try to see that. Our leader of opposition have raised many issues, and this is the time he got an opportunity to explain and educated me also on many issues. Regarding the Genco tariff, that is one issue raised. Sir, Genco tariff, as per the information available with me, Umiam 1, we are having the tariff of 4.07 rupees. Umiam 2, 5.707 rupees. Umiam 3, 5.60 rupees. These are per units. Then Umiam 4 is 3 rupees 80 paisa per unit. Leshka 3 rupees 40 paisa per unit. New Umtru 2 rupees 23 paisa per unit, and Ganol 4 rupees 77 paisa per unit. These are the tariff as per all the Gencos are concerned. And this tariff is fixed by Meghalaya State Regulatory Commission. Sir, if needed, I can place in the, or I can repeat also. Umiam 1, 4 rupees 7 paisa per unit. Umiam 2, 5 rupees 70 paisa per unit. Umiam 3, 5 rupees 60 paisa per unit. Umiam 4, 3 rupees 80 paisa per unit. Leshka, 3 rupees 40 paisa per unit. New Umtru, 2 rupees 23 paisa per unit. Ganol, 4 rupees 77 paisa per unit. This is the GENCO tariff fixed by MERC. Sir, we are not favoring any industrialist and we will not do. That much assurance I can give, sir. Sir, recently we have one scheme called OTSS, one-time settlement scheme. I would like to inform all the honorable members through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The Honorable Chief Minister has flagged up one program called one-time settlement scheme, in which we are targeting only the consumer who is having dues up to having the load capacity up to 5 kilowatt only, not beyond 5 kilometer. We are targeting the most underprivileged people and also the not so privileged people in this group. And here the OTS is there for the information of the House. I like to tell that whatever dues are there, if the line is disconnected, the consumer can approach to the local AWE and he can go for disconnection. Whatever the surcharges, penalty, whatever is there, then the energy charges will be waived 100%. There will be nothing. And these remaining energy charges can be paid in 6 installments. In the first installment, they will have to provide 40% and remaining 5%, remaining 60% in 5 installments. And there will be henceforth no interest levied on the remaining dues. Only thing is that if they are disconnected, they'll have to go for a reconnection charges, which may be around 500 rupees. That is the things. Sir, corruption, we will try to deal as firmly as possible. We will definitely try to see that all avoidable expenses are avoided. And auditing report started, sir. Even MECL's financial health also we audit and publish. Then I told about the other issues, sir. And definitely, sir, the government interest is to see that the consumer's interest is protected. That we will see. And as I told that our selling average is more than 7 rupees as far units are concerned, sir. Sir, now I'll come to Ma Nojurki Shungu. I have already, I think I told all these issues, so we will take care of all those issues. Ba Balaji Chindim is having really some difficult problems in his border. And billing cycle, this is still is a concern for us. Sir, though we have improved our billing cycle, but we need to do a lot to see that billing cycle is improved. Regarding our honorable member from Dadingri, regarding FATCO, sir, FATCO is under now NCLT, that is National Company in Law Tribunal. But nevertheless, I don't know the employees, some of the employees, they met me also, because we don't know on what category and what criteria they have been employed. And we are not even yet sure that what tribunal will give the verdict, whatever it be. We will try to see that those who are eligible are re-employed by whoever taken over, be it MEPDCL or any other agency, sir. Rasted poll, I told, damaged transformer, I told, and also pending bills. We will try to see that pending bills are given regularly. Renington Tonkar has raised during the question hour also. Sir, this is a case also. I told those rates prior to 2020. Rate has been revised post 2020. We are also in consideration to review this one. We are in touch with the disaster management department also, that how they are doing. So we will try to see that this increases. The distribution can be better, definitely, sir. distribution needs to be taken mass care of. Sir, I hope that I try to... Oh, yes, I forgot by Adelbert. Sorry. How I forgot? Wait. Pardon? No. Maybe because that is not pertaining to us. That is not pertaining to us. Sir, street light in Shillong city is managed by municipal, then smart city project and local Dorbars using their own managements and all these things. Only Shillong Central Division we have 683. I don't know that exact area, but I will try to find out and see if it is under our Shillong Central Division. You mentioned from Assam Studio to Jibistan, that stress. If it is under Central Division, then definitely I'll look into to see that this program is addressed, sir. And regarding the other parts of the city, sir, this is basically handled by municipal smart city project and local Dorbar with their own manpower and all these things, sir. So this is the issue regarding by Adelbert Nongrum. Sir, with these few words, I hope that I clarified. There are many issues. Even I wanted to actually take up in this house to let the honorable members know that how power department is working. But because of time and all these things, I think I will not prolong. I have taken all the notes that have been raised by, all the points that have been raised by the honorable members. And we will try to see that if we address all these issues, automatically there will be an improvement as far the MPDCL is concerned. Sir, government utmost care is to see that electricity is being provided to the last mile of the state and no house is left. But one thing is very, what I will say, it is not disturbing, but sir, the villages are increasing. The migration of villages are there because of new habitation. Every locality which was 5 years back, nothing was there. Now you see so many multi-storied houses are coming up. The demand is very high. We are growing at a rate of 11%. We want to have more generation units. That's why I'll be thankful. I don't know the honorable member from Maushin Road who helped us to see that Riangdo power project comes very quickly. Sir, this is a project that we have taken up for 3 megawatt, but on my visit with all the officials of the department, somehow we found that this can be increased to higher capacity. So we flagged these issues to some agencies, and ultimately the DPR is being prepared, which has been sent to the IIT Roorkee, and IIT Roorkee has vetted. Now we are awaiting the approval from the government. We'll convert the 3 megawatt Riangdo substation to 6 megawatt substation. If that comes out, then to some extent the load factor of West Khashi Hills and neighboring areas will be taken care of. Sir, as far as Leshka 2 project is concerned, we have almost cleared all the windows which is required to be cleared except the environment clearance, which we are expecting that by end of this month we will get. If not, also may take 1-2 months more we will get. This will be a power project which is having the capacity of 210 megawatt. But the question will come that how we will go about it, because as we mentioned, and as I mentioned earlier also, that there are lots of dues as far the MECL and its utilities or subsidiaries are concerned. So that we needed to be take up with the government that on what basis we will go. Sir, we are willing to take up any power projects because the demand is increasing every day, but our generation is not increasing. That is a matter of concern. We are looking forward for even private players to come and invest in the state, but that should be in the hydel power projects, because where we will get 12.1% free power, that will help us mitigate our power deficit also. Sir, with these few words, I thank all the honorable members who have raised all the issues, and we will see that all these problems will be taken care of. If there is any omission, commission, we will look into it and will try to see that whoever is causing delays to our esteemed consumers, whoever is causing trouble to our consumer, will be taken very hardly. With these few words, I would like to request the honorable mover of the House, please kindly withdraw the card motion so that this grant is given and we work further for our esteemed consumers. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before the mover of the cut motion shares his mind, I would like to just refer to a few of the replies. The tariff which was referred to in the reply pertaining to Umiam 1, Umiam 2, Umiam 3. These are old generation stations. And Ganol tariff is at 4. What is this whole modalities adopted by the Regulatory Commission for determining the tariff? Because ideally all power generation, which is hydroelectricity, there is no new input cost. You are not utilizing a fuel or otherwise. It's not a thermal generation company. So how this levelized tariff of Ganol has come to 4, how it has been structured, I think it is necessary to know. There's a mechanism, there's a formula which is adopted for fixing a tariff. And then Umiam 1, Umiam 2, Umiam 3, it has come to 5 rupees. No? That's something which is creating this inquisitiveness. We need to know. Can I get this clarity on this first?
Sir, Ganol's cost has been considered at rupees 12 crore per megawatt. The generation cost that has been considered. For other, it has not been considered. Some renovation is being taken out also. As per Umiam 3, we'll be having, after the completion, we'll be having additional 6 megawatt also.
That means, may we take it that the final rationalization of the tariff in as far as Ganol project is concerned is not finalized? The whole total generation capacity is not taken into consideration while determining this tariff.
Sir, this is what I told, that as of now, the cost has been calculated as 12 crore per megawatt, sir. On that basis, it has been considered, sir.
Pardon?
Sir, I sincerely thank the Honorable Minister for his extensive reply and for trying to address the concern of all the members of this August House. So, however, sir, I feel that as far as the sharp rise in the electricity bill is concerned, I didn't receive any satisfied reply as to what steps the government will take to address this problem. It is happening. We've received complaints from people. And secondly, as far as the decision to outsource these jobs in MECL, sir.
Sir, I think in due course of my reply, I have already mentioned that tariff is determined by the Regulatory Commission, and on that basis, and whatever tariff has increased this year, it was only a nominal 4% as per the domestic consumer in the base level is concerned. And regarding the outsourcing of these things, sir, I mentioned already that we require immediate manpower to see that the utilities function very properly. So the normal course of recruitment may take some more time and all these things. So immediately we thought that it will be better to provide manpower in the department. But one thing is for sure that, sir, all the qualified boys from our state will be considered in this process, sir.
So that is not a major issue, sir. The issue here is about the remuneration, as you will not be able to get the same under the payroll of the MECL. So that is a major concern. So whether this is a temporary steps taken by the government, can we take it as a temporary step for as far as the outsourcing of jobs is concerned?
Yes, sir, it can be considered on that basis because there will be many interventions that especially the MEPDCL will be facing in near future. So we may have to reorganize our entire setup also. So this will be on temporary basis as far as possible.
Okay, so thank you. Another one clarification, sir. As submitted by the Honorable LO, that why should the consumers bear the brunt, and why should we pass on this burden to the consumer when we know that there is a systematic manipulation to how to determine the tariff in order to benefit the industrialists or something like that, sir?
Sir, as I mentioned, that it is done systematically only, sir. The Meghalaya State Regulatory Commission has taken all aspects, and after that, and in this process, all the stakeholders have been consulted, and a decision has been taken. This is not only for our state; every state it is done, sir, on that basis. And as I told, that our hike is very nominal as compared to the other states, sir.
Sir, I think somehow this whole reply creates a confusion rather than clarity. Because Ganol, a very old project, hydro project, the tariff has gone up. Then another part is where I also spoke about the tariff revision which was effective from 1st April 2024, very specific. Look at the tariff fixation by the Commission. It has to be guided by a policy direction. Now, how is it that the industrial tariff has come down and the general consumers tariff has come down? Am I wrong in that? Kindly refer to that notification.
Sir, the document is not with me, but I am aware of this. Actually, as per the national tariff policy, the hike or reduction should be within the limit of 20%. In the earlier instances, the rate of some industries have been more than 20%. To rationalize that one, that has brought below 20%. Whereas the other industries like, I think, ferroalloys and all, has been increased also, sir. It is not that they have not been increased. So that is the main reason for this little bit lowering of the tariff, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the tariff, again tariff. We are referring to other states, Assam, Tripura, other states. Let us keep it in mind that other states also may be victim of the similar manipulation. That should not be the benchmark, that ours is a lower. No, it may be happening in the whole country. Meghalaya should lead by example. So you have an opportunity as a minister in charge to actually look at all these angles. So in order to rule out any possibility of such manipulation which facilitate unnecessary added expenditure in the process of implementation of various programs, which is again factored while tariff petition is submitted by the distribution company and generation company to the commissioner. Because they will, as I have said, what is the burden of responsibility of the regulatory commission? The commission will look at all the expenses. They will not know why the expenses are higher. They will go, of course, because this optimum input and other relevant provisions are required to be looked into by the regulatory commission as well. It also has a responsibility. But once the added burden of cost for any component of work done by the distribution company, transmission company, or generation company. This will be passed on because this will be factored in the tariff petition. That's why the tariff is coming up. So it may be a modus operandi resorted to across the country. So Meghalaya should start by looking into these possibilities. If there is nothing like that, then we'll be happy. So may we get this categorical reply. Honorable Minister in charge is aware of this because he himself was a Minister in charge power during our time. So he is in know of all these things. I don't have to further elaborate. But the intent of the government to look into these particular observations made by the members of this August House. Can the government actually say yes to see and convince itself that we are free from all those challenges of doubt? You know? This is my submission. Otherwise, I would suggest the mover of the motion, cut motion, not to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have actually categorically clarified all these issues. There is nothing. And I can assure the House that there will be no manipulation to give little respite to industries and take that burden and put to the consumers. That will never happen, sir, from our side. But as I mentioned earlier, that there was discrepancies, maybe other before whatever the rates have been fixed, which were more than 120%. So that has been now normalized as per the regulatory commission's views, and that has been accepted by us.
So I would like to thank the Minister for an elaborate reply to each and every concern raised by the Minister. But then just one clarification I would like to seek. In the course of his reply, he said that the tariff has increased only about in between 4 to 5-6%. But then when you look at the electricity bill as received by the consumers, because we have received numerous complaints where, in fact, I don't have it with me, otherwise I would have brought, where I was told that in the past 1 or 2 months, there have been a substantial increase, more than 100%, where the bill which they usually paid in the last 2-3 months in around 400 or 500, now it touches more than 1,000. So may I get clarification from the Minister with regards to?
Sir, as I mentioned earlier, that domestic LT lines, the tariff hike was only 4%. And then next for commercial it was 5%. That is the hike was there, sir. Regarding the substantial increase, that may depend on case to case because earlier the bill may not be taken. So this whatever is also there, the additional burden that will be not giving to the consumers in one go also. I don't know where it has happened. So we will look into the matter, sir, to see that there is not unprecedented hike of the bills. And due to the tariff being implemented from 1st of April, whatever the dues incurred in between will be not given to the consumers at one go. That will be given in 9 installments. So the fact is that, sir, it was only 4% hike, sir.
May I know the minds of the mover, whether he would like to withdraw or not?
Sir, yet I'm not satisfied with the reply, though he has made an attempt to address all concerns raised by all members. So, especially when it comes to the outsourcing of jobs. As a matter of principle, we are not in agreement with this idea of outsourcing jobs in government departments, as it will have a direct bearing on
You just
on
tell
the
me
needs.
so that you would like to withdraw or not.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
No
sir.
need to explain it.
Okay, sir. I beg not to withdraw, sir.
Since the mover is not willing to withdraw the cut motion, I will now put the question before the House. Yes. Put the question before the House. The question is that cut motion be adopted. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. No say it, no say it. And the cut motion is rejected.
नमस्कार इस वक्त की
Now let me put the question before the House. The question number, the question is that the grant number 11 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. I say it, and the motion is carried, and the grant number 11 is passed. Further business in the House. I join the House till 10 a.m. Tomorrow. That means 13th March 2025.